October 19th meeting of the Gainesville City Commission. Glad to be here with you all this morning, and we are in session. Madam Clerk, or Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the first item is the invocation. Father Fletcher Montgomery.
Welcome, Father Montgomery. Good to see you.
Thank you. Let's together invoke and invite the spirit of peace. Oh God, we are your creation. We're made in your image. We're designed to love and to care for one another and all your creatures. Those of us who are descendants of the faith of Abraham grieve before you this week at the warring conflict among our Jewish, Christian, and Islamic sisters and brothers in the region of Israel and Palestine. And so we pray for your blessing upon all who are in danger, indeed for those who have lost their lives. We dare to pray for peace when it seems impossibly elusive, for reconciliation when revenge would be easier, and for understanding and respect of differences, even when they seem to be the very thing that divide your people. Have mercy, and in these days, grant us your peace and a holy way forward that brings life. In the midst of these events, bless this city and all administrative authority here. Grant the members of this commission courage and wisdom and grace in the exercise of their duties. Provide them with understanding and integrity, that human rights may be safeguarded and justice served. Give them all foresight to provide for the needs of our people and to fulfill our obligations to the wider community. Finally, may our citizens continually accept their responsibility to elect trustworthy leaders who make wise decisions for the good of our city, that we may serve one another faithfully in our generation and honor the well-being of all. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father Fletcher. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have the adoption of the agenda.
Okay, a couple things before ask for a motion on that. First of all, I'm remiss in not thanking Officers Holmes and Spalding for being with us today. I appreciate you all being here to look after us. Before we move on to a motion for the agenda, item 2023-546 in the afternoon, discussion of the clerk position. I have not had a chance this week to give my full attention to this, and I would it's not a judgment in either way on it, but I would really like to take this off today's agenda and do it in November. It would, so if someone makes a motion, I'm not saying we got to do that, but I would be more prepared on another day to have that very serious discussion. So with that said, Commissioner Duncan Walker, you have your lights.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly don't mind acquiescing in that regard. I don't have a problem pushing the conversation back. I'm really eager to have the conversation, but I don't mind. I would like to pull, though, an item 2023-954, approval of amended employment agreement for the city manager. I want to pull it for conversation, for discussion.
Okay, all right. So we can put that in the afternoon. If you'll make note of that, Mr. Clerk. Okay. All right, so is that a motion otherwise?
It is.
Okay.
Second.
And we have a motion and second. Commissioner Chestnut. No, I'm sorry, that was Eastman, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to make the motion.
Okay, all right, very good. All right, we have a motion and a second to adopt the consent and regular agendas as listed with these changes and with the change of pulling the clerk item in the afternoon and pulling the city manager contract item from the consent agenda and adding it to the afternoon agenda. Do we have public comment for this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Billy Rohan.
Welcome, Billy. Good to see you, Mr. Rohan.
Good to see you too, Mayor. Thank you for your time, and thank you to the City Commission for all the support you've given over the years. Normally I come here to talk about skateboarding advocacy and that sort of thing, I noticed on the agenda item, one of them was the funding for the police of Gainesville for the drone program from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. And just on behalf of the police, we hear all these things, defund the police and this and that, when really we should be refunding the police, the people that serve our community and the first responders that put their life at risk. And so it's one of those things where if I can say anything for the drone program, whatever it takes to keep the city safe is the first priority. And I've seen it through travels in London where there was all sorts of surveillance for years and the crime rate went down. So I just wanted to speak in support of the police department for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and just know that they're great for what they do. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Rohan. It is worth noting once again that we, when we adopted this year's budget, we significantly increased public safety funding, not just police, but also GFR. So that has been our habit. So, all right, I see no further lights. I'm sorry, is there any further public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, next we have early public comment. And we have Ms. Tana Silva.
Welcome, Ms. Silva. And by the way, everyone, early public comment is for folks to speak on items that are on the agenda, but that you can't stay to address when they come up. Welcome.
Thank you. I talked to Michael and, his partner out in the parking lot to assure them that my remarks about the RTS property have nothing to do with them personally, with their business, any of that. Mr. Rohan's here on behalf of skateboarding and all of that, and I'm happy to see that. My remarks are not at all against them or the enthusiasm of their members and all of that. And I think both of those businesses could be an asset to the city. But the way this proposal is coming to you, it lacks transparency, it lacks involvement of the city residents, and it lacks a bigger plan for how Depot Park could be expanded and the uses that could be used for in the future. I mean, you could put up basketball hoops right now. I think it lacks any serious contemplation of how the city can free itself of the obligation to the Federal Transit Administration. I think the money that would be put into the environmental, whatever they call it, can't think of the word right now. Anyway, for the environmental cleanup and all of that the proponents are asking for, plus, redoing the parking lot and all of that, you could just go ahead and break free from the FTA by, figuring out how, give an appraisal to the FTA and just cash them out. And it would stay in city control. The city could put out, even a contest for, ideas for what could happen with that huge space. Those small businesses, the Knot, for example, doesn't need 5 acres. And I will say also that I'm very concerned to see Jerry Diedenbach's name on their proposal. Sorry, I think that's a conflict of interest, seeing that the city has just paid his company a bunch of money to be embedded in the city manager's office. I think the whole thing needs to just be on pause. There's no rush to do anything with that property, and least of all, to privatize it, so that it's forever out of the control and of the residents of the city who spent 20 years or more making Depot Park what it is now. And I think that given the economic circumstances and the financial proposal and all of that, I think the city would be much better off to just pause this idea of privatizing the entire property, work toward, getting free of the FTA or making some transit use of the property along with public uses of the property for children, for young people, for athletes, for skateboarders, for bicyclists, for anyone, to have a voice in saying what happens to that property.
I want to ask you to start wrapping up, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay, so that is the end of early public comment.
Correct. And now we are on to our business discussion items. With the first item, item 2023-1003, City Auditor Recruitment, with the recommendation to select candidates to move forward in the City Auditor interview process and authorize Baker Tilly to invite the selected candidates to participate in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Welcome, Ms. Prince.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Laura Gretz, Human Resources Director here at the City of Gainesville. Happy to be here this morning to walk through the discussion of the City Auditor Executive Search that has been taking place. Yolanda Howes is online as well. She is our consultant with Baker Tilly, who has helped to oversee this process. So the purpose today is I'll allow Ms. Howes in just a moment to provide you an overview of the advertising process and the vetting that has taken place of the candidates that have applied. And then we'll open up the floor to you all to have a discussion about your thoughts about the semifinalists that have been provided to you and how you would like to proceed. So with that, Yolanda, can you hear us?
I can. Are you able to hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
Welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Good morning, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to meet with you this morning and also for the opportunity to help conduct this search on behalf of the City of Gainesville. So I know that you have the semifinalist report, and so I just want to kind of provide a high-level overview of the process. So we started in August and met with Human Resources to get information about the position. We started advertising August 15th. Our advertising included a number of industry sites as well as some general government sites, a lot of diversity sites. We ended up with about 10 candidates overall, well, 11 as of this week, actually. So to get to that, we sent out a number of mailings. We did a lot of outreach just from our personal contacts that we know, just from working with other candidates and other processes. We looked at kind of industry leaders in terms of city auditing and doing some outreach in that way. And so, again, we ended up with now 11 candidates. Of those 11 candidates, we sent additional information to 8 of those candidates. Well, now 9, and I'll explain that additional candidate in a second. So we sent additional information to candidates, candidate questionnaire, due diligence form, as well as a video exercise, which you all have as part of your packet, semifinalist report. And so we also have conversations with the candidates to better understand their desire to pursue this position as well as their qualifications. And so in that process, we ended up, out of the 8, we ended up with submitting 3 to you for consideration. We did add an additional person this week for consideration. So you now have 4 for consideration. We got to the 4 because in our conversations with one candidate withdrew, another candidate did not provide the supplemental information. And so the other 3 candidates were not presented just because during our vetting process, we did not deem it appropriate to present them as candidates for this position. So we are at the 4 candidates at this point, and we would like to know your thoughts about those particular candidates, if you would like to proceed with them for an interview process, and then any next steps in terms of what that interview process would look like, dates and such. And I'm happy to answer any questions for you at this point. And before we move on to the next step.
Very good. All right, Ms. Grice, did you have anything else to add?
I did not.
Okay, great. All right, Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director, and thank you for the work in putting together the candidate pool. My question just deals with, in general, the process, knowing that you all recruit from various areas and use various methods. Can you tell us a little bit about what you feel the strength of the candidate pool was in comparison to maybe some of your other searches? And then I'll have one other question for you.
Sure. I will say that a couple of the candidates were in a couple of our other searches, and I think that there are some that are obviously stronger than others. But I do think those that we presented to you are viable candidates in their own way.
All right, and so thank you for that. We have the 4 semifinalists is how we categorize them. At least one of the candidates I noticed was currently unemployed, and I wondered if you had any remarks or could tell us a little bit about that particular candidate or what we learned about that.
Okay, 1 second. Let me pull up my report as well and my notes. I believe we are referring to Mr. Dixon, and he had a well, it was a temporary assignment that he had. Prior to that, he resigned from another situation. But then he took on another interim role, and that was a temporary assignment. And so he's currently in the process of looking for something. I guess since the COVID situation, he hasn't been fully employed since then.
So I was kind of looking for some potential detail about rationale for unemployment and what's happening in that time. You have any insight there?
Sure, 1 second. Let me find my notes here.
And this is not a focus on that particular candidate per se. It's just you always want to know if we have someone who's in a pool and is not employed somewhere else, especially at a very high-level management position with what's going to require some extreme expertise. Any insight is really helpful as we consider those candidates.
Sure, I understand. 1 second. Okay, so he was employed, and he thought that his positions with COVID, the position that he did have during the COVID time would last longer than anticipated. And so therefore, he's been looking since, it looks like about a year ago, he started looking again. A little less than a year ago is when he started looking again, because he anticipated that the job that he had would last longer, but it did not.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Ms. Gretz. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Gretz and Yolanda. Y'all have done an excellent job and found some really good diverse pool here. I did have one question, not necessarily about the applicants, but about the budget. I know that we had budgeted at $30,000. How much have we already spent?
So our fees are all inclusive, and so we're with you until we help you find a candidate. And so the actual project cost, I believe, is about $25,000 for this one.
Okay, so we would have $5,000 left over, so to speak, to bring over folks and interview with them and do that hullabaloo?
Mayor and Commissioners, that's correct, Commissioner Sacco. So we budgeted an additional amount of funding, around $5,000, to cover travel and expenses for both the candidates and the consultant as well.
Thank you. So the last time I went to any of these, it was 2019. Last time I did one of these was 2019. So I'm sure costs have changed since then, since we've, do we know, because we only have an applicant pool of 4.
Correct.
If the budget allows, I would be comfortable inviting all 4 to have that in-person conversation, give our community and our staff that opportunity and get feedback. I would love that, if the budget allows. That said, I know $5,000 is not today what it was in 2019. So do you have any insight?
Yes, Mayor and Commissioner, so 2 of the 4 candidates are within the state of Florida, so we would not anticipate, obviously, airfare expenses, merely compensation for mileage to the city of Gainesville and the hotels. We do have additional funds in a charter officer recruitment line item for the human resources, so if we needed additional funds for that, we do have that available to us if it goes above the $5,000.
So I'm hearing approval.
Pardon me?
I'm hearing approval.
Yes, there is
Okay.
approval if that is the way the commission decides to go.
Thank you, Ms. Greth. Then, yeah, I think a lot of people can look good on paper or bad, and then you meet them and vice versa. It can be, paper is not people. And I would really appreciate the opportunity, or even a recording, because recordings are awkward, man. Like, they made us record ourselves in law school, and that was awful. I hated it. And everybody feels uncomfortable. No one feels comfortable in front of a camera, and if you do, So I'd really like the opportunity to have those one-on-ones in a comfortable setting. I'm sure my colleagues would as well, and I know the recruitment we did in 2019, it was open to the community as well, where we just made it open. So folks who were interested in the city manager position at that point came forward and asked all of their questions of the handful of candidates we had then. So that's my preference, because I know that's as far as we're talking today. Who do we want to invite? My preference is really to invite all 4 candidates. So the 3 and the one we got the other day, just to get to know them as people. Do you know how long they would stay? Is it 2 days, 3 days?
So we are in the planning process for that now, and it's typically a 2-day process. It would include a variety of elements. It would include an interview here in chambers with the entire commission for each of the candidates. We will also schedule one-on-one time for each of the candidates to meet with the commissioners individually. A public reception will be planned as well. And the current interim city auditor has requested time for the candidates to meet with the auditor staff and Mr. Monk from the audit committee. So that will be incorporated as well. We also, in the midst of all of those 2 days, provide the candidates with a tour of the community so they have an understanding of the community at large and the features and elements that are here, so that they can learn more about the area as well. Entice them to come, hopefully.
So if I may offer a suggestion?
Yes.
2 days seems a little tight, because all of those components are important. And I don't want any one of them to be rushed. And if, as you say, 2 of the candidates are in Florida and we wouldn't necessarily have to put out money for airfare, I would ask that we look at 3 days if within the budget to do so, just to give everyone a little more room and for them to not feel as rushed. I don't. Under pressure, it's good to observe people. This is not the kind of pressure I want on us or them. So those would be my remarks. I would like to invite everyone if the budget allows, and it does, and if the budget allows, which I'll let you get back to and not force you to do the math up here, I would prefer 3 days when we do that invitation.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. I agree, Commissioner Sacco. It's really important that we have that we get to know each one of the folks, that we have a chance to sit down and talk with them. It is always awkward to go through resumes, things like that, particularly for this role, which is you have to show a certain minimal amount of knowledge, but then it's also a lot of, as a charter officer, working with the other department heads, being supportive of people, and those sort of soft skills that are important. But I also want to make sure that everyone that we have here is someone that that we all feel comfortable with. I wanted to go back to Mr. Dixon. I really appreciated his background in the startup world. I've worked in a lot of startups over time too. I think it's it's a very fast-moving thing, which sometimes results in bouts that where you're consulting, which may look like unemployment on paper, but is just sort of how that world is when you're going back and forth on it. But I did want to point out that one of the things which I think is very important now, as we're within the sort of state audits and all these things, is one of the qualifications is knowledge of government budgeting and structure, procedure, and division of responsibilities, characteristic of the city manager form of municipal government. And so I recognize there could be some flexibility there, but I would like to see some background in government work if you're going to be coming in and doing audits, preferably municipal government in some capacity. And so if we're going to move forward with people, as much as I think Mr. Dixon would be very good with his role as his CFO, had very high level positions, I would say that he does not meet that very important qualification in my book. And so I'd probably want to move forward with the other three just to make sure that, that would be a hard line in the sand for me. No offense to Mr. Dixon. It seems like he'd be a great pick for a lot of different positions, but just where we are as a city, I think it's important that we have that qualification in there. And so those are my only points. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I came to the same conclusion about Mr. Dixon, that great broad experience, and in some of his answers, he got really into some very specific projects he had done that I think would be very valuable to our organization. But the lack of experience, particularly being directly employed for a public organization, was something that I just think that he came out of my ranking. The other three candidates have kind of different experiences, some a little more in managing and leadership. Some of them have the CIA credentialing, so they use Red Book. Some of them have the computer information systems auditing, which was perhaps not needed in our actual auditor, but somewhere in the office. We also have someone already in our auditor's office. So I felt like the other three candidates, Galter, Amended, and Alger, I think amongst the three of them, we're going to be able to find, my opinion is that we'll probably find and come to a decision. So those are the three that I thought we should invite for something in person to get to know them better and ask them some real good questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Commissioner Eastman and Commissioner Willits. In looking at Mr. Dixon's qualifications, something that struck me in just his own write-up. He says, currently I'm looking for work for my last hurrah, a job where I could work for 10 years. So I'm looking for vitality in the position. This seems like it is in the twilight of his career, but he's coming here to really end his career. His experience has basically been the last few years, one with the prep school and one with the Hillel school as well. So, but not really in government. One thing I did have great respect for, though, in his application is his ethics. He was put in a position that he was not comfortable with, and he resigned. So I appreciated that. But I think at this point, he's not one that I would like to bring forward. I would go with the other three, and I'm sure we will find someone in that three. I think that 2 days would be sufficient for me in order for us to make a decision. As well, let me ask you, would you bring all three at once so that we have one public reception?
Correct.
Okay. Yes. Well, that will help. But so I support 3 days, 2 days. I support 2 days, and I'd like to put a motion on the floor.
Let's wait till your public comment first, if that's okay.
Oh, how dare I forget? Thank you.
Thank you. But I will call on you when we get back to that. Okay. Commissioner Book.
I'm okay with waiting for the decision. I just want to say a couple of positive comments that I think I've gleaned from some of these applications when the time comes. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clark, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
All right. So you want to make those comments, Commissioner Book, and then we'll get a motion from Commissioner Chestnut.
That was easy and fast, in the interest of just kind of pointing out a couple of things that were of interest to me from three of the candidates, just kind of one item that stuck out for, I hope I'm pronouncing the name right, Galter, was simply being involved in a recent housing audit. And that's just a key component for what we do. For MIR, if I'm pronouncing that correct, a diversity hotline, and working with a diversity hotline is pretty interesting because you get a myriad of types of remarks and comments through that, and then you have to figure out, how do I handle that? How do I assign that? Where do I go with that? And then and so that was a positive. For Alger, just working with what we consider the tribal nation, I found that to be really fascinating and an interesting aspect of governance and auditing, which is what Commissioner Eastman was kind of talking about. So that's kind of three things of interest that I think were positive related to those potential candidates. But thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. It looks like we're about to get public comment. No? Okay, all right. Okay, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we invite candidates Rory Galter, Stephen Meir, and his first name, and Thomas Alger to be interviewed by the commission in a 2-day process for the city auditor position.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm fine inviting just the three, but I think given that, and one of the candidates we're not bringing is someone out of state, we definitely have more funds if possible to do that, a 3-day versus a 2. What is possible for one is not possible for everyone, especially our senior staff. I know Ms. Anderson has asked for her staff to meet and have a non-rushed, genuine, sincere conversation. I imagine that'd be one by one, maybe possibly all three at the same time. We will have our discussion, who knows how long that'll go, because that'll be sunshine. And then individual conversations. I would really prefer that they not be rushed and that they work with our schedules, which are not always open. So I would really ask the maker of the motion and the second if we could extend to 3. That way our senior staff could also, I would really like input from our other charters, because the dynamic between our 6 charters is very important to me. And so that would be paramount for me to get a sense from our current charters as to how this one could come into the fold. And so that's, again, just a request for that extra day. We have the budget for it, and then some. And I think it would be beneficial to our community, and maybe to entice them further as they see what we do throughout the week. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Before we move on, let me weigh in just real quickly. I'm very happy with the candidates. The other candidate was excellent too, just maybe a little different work record. I don't want to, I would prefer not to nail you down to exactly how long it's going to take. If you can do it in a day and a half, cool. If it takes 3.5 days, it takes 3.5 days. I want to do this right. I would like to not direct you on the number of days, but rather what you find as our professional staff the most useful. This can be a really draining process, both for the candidates and for the commissioners. Having done this more often than I would like to think about, it's a draining process when we are one after another, after another, after another. So let's keep that in mind. I would feel more comfortable if we didn't put a deadline on the number of days, but that's certainly up to you. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was actually just thinking similarly, the logistics and details may negate the fact that we bring someone in for 2 days or 3 days or 4 days. So, no matter what the time is, merely based on travel. And maybe Commissioner Chestnut we've already kind of expressed our preference for what it should be. I would like it to be short and confined, but I'm very mindful also of what Commissioner Sacco said, is that there may be some benefits, and perhaps we could leave that particular aspect of the details to HR to work with, although I'm also in favor of kind of a shorter, confined time frame. But it may just not be possible. So that's my thoughts, comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Cheston, any thoughts?
Well, we could say not to exceed 3 days. I wouldn't want human relations to get so jolly happy that this went on for a week.
I agree with you. Yeah.
So let's say not to exceed 3 days.
Very good. Okay. Thank you.
That's fine.
And second, are you good?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you all for the input on this. I appreciate it. We've heard from the public, or had an opportunity to hear from the public. We'll go ahead and call for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Ms. Gretz, and our consulting staff, please let us know how we can be supportive of this process. Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, our next item is 2023-992, invitation to negotiate award recommendation for the redevelopment of old RTS administration and maintenance facility, with the recommendation that the City Commission approve the ranking of the Evaluation Committee, award ITN number DOSD-230051-GD, redevelopment of old RTS administration and maintenance facility to the Not Climbing Gym, authorize the city manager or their designee to work with the awardee to undertake the proposed due diligence activities for a period not to exceed 1 year from the date of the commission approval, and request the city manager return to the City Commission with periodic updates during the due diligence period.
Good, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Madam Manager, we're going to have Mr. Persons do this. Yes. Okay, all right. Welcome, Mr. Persons.
Thank you very much. Andrew Persons, Chief Operating Officer. Although right now I'm wearing a hat of representing the Evaluation Committee, of which I was a part of. So I'm going to say a few sort of opening remarks, touch on some of the high-level aspects of the invitation to negotiate. And I believe both of the respondents are here if the commission wants to hear, about any particulars of the proposals. So I'm going to step back a little bit. If you recall, this recent sort of go-around started with when the city received an unsolicited proposal from the Not Climbing Gym. This was in context to the City Commission actually adopting for a time a policy to deal with and accept unsolicited proposals sort of writ large across the city. So the City Commission during that period, and it's important to note that that policy has since sunset, but during that time the city did receive an unsolicited proposal from the Not Climbing Gym. There was actually an application fee that was charged. Through that process, the city staff actually evaluated that unsolicited proposal consistent with the sunset policy and brought that before you back in September of 2022. The City Commission heard that unsolicited proposal, and during discussion resulted in a motion to direct staff, consistent with advice or guidance that you had received from the city's finance procurement department, that we should go out and do a full competitive solicitation. And so that's what city staff set out to do. It is important to note that while this process started originally as a result of an unsolicited proposal, the unsolicited proposal has no bearing on the competitive process, the invitation to negotiate that we're talking about here today. So I want to make sure that that's very clear. So the invitation to negotiate was issued in June of this year. The scope of the project was seeking proposals from experienced respondents or existing business owners with a proven track record of undertaking and successfully completing site building, redevelopment, renovation projects, including multi-component mixed-use developments for the redevelopment of the old RTS maintenance or administration and maintenance facility. The total property is about 5.2 acres and consists of two separate parcels. We received 2 responses by the bid deadline of August 11th. Those were from the Not Climbing Gym and the Florida Music Hall of Fame Incorporated. The evaluation committee met on August 22nd and unanimously recommended the Not Climbing Gym proposal based on a review of both proposals. If selected by the commission here today, the city would conduct a series of steps during the due diligence period that the clerk had read into the item. And I'll talk a little bit about what those due diligence items are moving forward. I want to touch on a little bit of part of the property that I think maybe is a little bit unusual in terms of when we do these types of potential property dispositions. I think, as the commission knows, the property was originally purchased in part, and a large majority of the funding came from the Federal Transit Administration, the FTA. And as a result, any disposition of that property will need to follow FTA rules for disposing of property. There are a few sort of important notes that I want to put into the record. The first is that the FTA, by their guidelines, requires at least in a sale agreement, at least receiving fair market value for the property. So the city cannot give away the property for anything less than fair market value. So any sale of the property would require 2 appraisals, 1 appraisal and 1 review appraisal. And it's important because that is one of the due diligence period items that I'll mention a little bit more detail going forward. The other aspect of the FTA proceeds, and I do want to clarify, like, the city actually owns this property. This is the city's property today. Like, we control it. The only component of FTA is how, in the event we're going to dispose of the property, we have to follow FTA guidelines. As part of FTA guidelines, there are a number of ways to dispose of the property, and there's specific options for how the city may engage FTA about reusing the proceeds of the sale. So I think there's been some concern about, okay, city sells it, and we're not going to see any of the benefit in terms of revenue. But the FTA actually has set that up to where local governments can request, as part of the disposition process, that the proceeds from the sale get turned back around and used here locally in another transit project for capital expenses. And so we've been actually in discussions, as we've sort of, the city has discussed this old RTS site for a while now, with FTA, and that is going to be our intent in terms of if the commission does decide to move forward and we eventually get to a sale of the property, we will request that the proceeds come back to the city and used for another transit capital project. That may be supplementing the E-Heady, the East Side transit station. It may supplement the acquisition and development of a Northwest transfer station that we're also working on. But anyway, those proceeds would go back to a transit capital project. The city does have a small component of general fund funding that was used to acquire the property. So in any sale event, that percentage will actually come back to the city as well. So we will receive some revenue that'll come back to the general fund. Moving on, the number 1 ranked proposal is from the Not Climbing Gym, and their proposal, as it concluded in your backup, at a high level, is a phased approach to redevelop and reuse parts of the property, including the existing building that is out there now, which is approximately about a 20,000 square foot former maintenance facility for RTS. The proposal would redevelop and reuse that space for expansion of climbing gym. It would build a brand new building, which would house additional climbing facilities, a restaurant, and then it would have adaptive reuse of some of the other structures out there because there are a few smaller structures, and those would be things for retail, for a skate shop, or a small restaurant. Other new proposed development out there would be the addition of a covered skate park, as well as a stationary wave machine to potentially host surfing competitions. It seems a little bit unusual, but these things are popping up as potential sort of alternative recreation facilities in different parts of the country. And then the final phase would be the inclusion of approximately 37 townhouse units that would be condoed for sale, so there would be a housing component as well. Let's see, what else? I'll talk a little bit now about sort of when the commission, or if the commission decides to move forward with the number one ranked firm, sort of what that looks like. So if the commission decides, okay, we're going to move forward with the number one ranked firm, what that would mean would be there would be approximately 1 year due diligence period, at which point during that due diligence period a number of things would occur. The first would be a phase 1 and phase 2 environmental assessment of the property. This is both a requirement of FTA disposition as well as just good practice. So there would be an environmental assessment done of the property. If there were any environmental remediation done, that would be considered during this due diligence period as well and identified. The next sort of component would be appraisals. As I mentioned, both FTA requirements are that the city obtain at least 2 appraisals for the property. The appraised value of the property will be dependent on the environmental assessment, whether there are environmental remediation work that needs to be done. So those appraisals would occur subsequent to the environmental work. And then the property is currently zoned public services, which is a government zoning, and is inconsistent with any redevelopment of the site. So the city would need to move forward and rezone the property to allow for a mix of uses on the property. So those are the 3 primary due diligence items during that time. So we would bring periodic updates back to the commission as we would sort of cross those milestones. And then if at what point we completed the appraisals, we would bring that back to the commission for consideration. Now, a couple of things I want to mention with the sort of next steps. So a purchase and sale agreement would be the vehicle by which the commission would eventually potentially consider a sale of the property. That would also come with various sureties, including things that maybe the commission is familiar with first right of, or a reverter clause. So if the property were not to develop in the way that the city initially thought it would, there would be a reverter, so the property could come back to the city. It would likely have a financial surety as well, that the applicant would need to post a surety to make sure that they have the finances to complete the proposed renovations. And then it would likely come with either a deed restriction or deed covenant or a separate developers agreement to handle sort of the uses on the site, to make sure that the uses as proposed would be in keeping with the commission's vision for the property. So that's a long-winded way to say our recommendation as evaluation committee is included in the backup. I'm happy to answer any questions, and as I mentioned, I think both respondents are here in case there's any desire from the commission to hear from either.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Persons. We do have a couple of lights. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I get to the merits of the proposal, I'm wondering if in the future, if there's an opportunity to have a citizens group that helps in the ranking of projects like this. This is sort of my concern. This was a new procedure that we were trying, the unsolicited proposal. But I think it would have helped for the public to have a process where you involved not just city staff in ranking a project, but brought in the public, and it probably would have turned out the same way. So it's just something to consider. I'm pleased to hear that there will be an evaluation for the project, and that we're not quote, giving away the land, because I think that some people see it in that sense.
Right.
Now, what I like about this project is the housing and retail, because I think bringing the retail downtown, which we need desperately, is very positive. So the townhouses I like. I like the idea of, as the applicant said, climbing has been in the downtown area since 1999, and they are just expanding it, bringing it back. I particularly like their approach to trying to develop this climbing, skating with children from the east side of town, who are the neighbors to this property. So I like that. And I think overall it has the potential to be very positive for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Persons, and thank you to both proposers, I guess. Yeah, both proponents. There we go. I wish we could have both, but I will say my heart is leaning a little towards the knot, just because I remember the climbing gym that was there before the knot, the one that they had to shut down, and it made law school hard. Then I didn't have an outlet. So I was happy to see the knot come up online, and I was very happy to see this proposal when it first started buzzing around. I want to say like over a year and a half ago, almost two, was when we the first like iteration or thought of it came about.
Yes, it was the September 2022 when the commission heard the original unsolicited proposal.
And I want to say there was talk before even that, in some form or another. So it's been a long time coming, so I'm glad we finally gave it, plenty of due diligence to make sure that it is possible and that it is the best possible investment in that area and for our community. I very much like mixed use, but this is mixed use in the best way, where it will have a bit of everything that our city needs in proportions that are moderate and deliberate. I don't think it is a tremendous overhaul in any one direction or another. I think it is enough of everything that we would need in the area. I'm especially excited about the type of housing that is available, because that is part of our missing middle component, where it is a step in the direction of homeownership for many people, sometimes their first step. So I'm very excited about that and the potential for other businesses to be leased on. I'm excited for the potential for venue space to be leased out for parties, graduation, events, shows, what have you. We are in dire need of spaces like that in our city. So I'm very happy to move forward with this. I'm happy to hear the technical components on our side as far as reverter and the two appraisals that we're going to do just to make sure the component that's going to come back to general government. I think staff has really done an amazing job with this. The one thing, all that said, the one thing, 2030 is a little far off. And I know that you want to, you want to underpromise and overdeliver, shock them by when you finish early. But and I understand that it's in multiple phases that things will be done. And I know nobody wants to move in as they're constructing the other part. That's why you do the housing last, because no one wants to be around as they're like pouring cement. I get it. The time component is the only dent in this whole plan for me, where I wish it were a little faster, but I guess 23 is over, so it's a 6-year plan, less than 6-year plan. But I am excited to move forward with this. I I know we have to do a couple more things like due diligence and keep moving forward, but I am hopeful, and I know that we're going to be able to move on, and hopefully it's smooth sailing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Eastman.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very cool proposal. I went down there, I think Tuesday morning to go check it out, and I'd encourage everyone to go see the buildings and kind of see where it is. I mean, it really fits sort of the what Depot Park always was, which was figuring out how do we take this old bus depot or this old train depot, make that work mixed use. How do we integrate the ideas of the Cade family into this museum idea that they're doing, sort of working with the community to create these mixed use places. You can walk right up. They have this looking at it, when you're going on that little trail that's right behind Depot Park, that's to that main parking area, instead of having just kind of empty parking lot, there will be green space right there. You can see the right in front of you, the blue building. There'll be the bouldering gym with a much larger climbing wall over there. Right down the street is where right next to there is the skate park and the skate shop, which and then just a very cool restaurant. I mean, you can really see it being built out as you're walking over there. And my understanding, Mr. Person's like a lot of that area is adaptive reuse and it has sort of an industrial component, but that wasn't a part of necessarily the RFP that we put out, right? It was a very open RFP.
Right.
And so they kind of chose to integrate that kind of adaptive reuse of those existing buildings into this, which both fits the the look and feel of that area, but is also just kind of what we've always wanted for the future of Depot. And so I think it's very cool. I think it really fits in well with the sort of alternatives, the sports and the recreation and all of that. I mean, it's perfect. That one question I had looking into it was, it's a very ambitious project, and whether or not they would have the ability to go forward with it. But I went in the back, seeing the experience of what they did with Palomino, rebuilding the knot, but then also all of the financing. I mean, they have a lot of banks that have been willing to put financing and everything behind it. I think we have a kind of unique situation here where they're creating something that's cool that fits in with kind of what Depot Park is as an expansion, as well as actually having the wherewithal to do it and make it profitable and make it sustainable. After having walked through the space, I'm really excited about it. I think it'll be really, really neat. And so I'm very excited to move forward with it. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this area was identified in the downtown strategic plan as potentially a potential cultural amenity. So I have questions about what a cultural amenity is. As defined by our strategic plan. I didn't get deep enough to define the definition. But was that envisioned as non-market, as cultural amenity, or is cultural amenity broad enough that it could be market? A business.
I don't think that there was that level of detail. I think it was identified as part of the strategic downtown plan as a sort of landmark location, as an anchor for the downtown. But I don't think it was sort of getting into that level of like whether it's sort of a business or a government entity. So I don't think we got into that level.
Okay, because I think some people perhaps envision that it can't be a business to be kind of that cultural amenity thing, but the soundstage down there is a business, and I think people would say that's where some culture definitely happens.
Yes, absolutely.
And so I'm sure climbing has its own culture, or cult following. I was really impressed with the NOT proposal. The Florida Music Hall of Fame was also a super interesting idea for the potential of drawing people from across the state. That was and people adding extra days onto when they come for football games or UF events or graduation or anything. That was very exciting, but I thought that plan just did not have the meat on the proposal, as opposed to something that with a much more proven track record of success in Gainesville with the NOT. And so I had similar concerns to Commissioner Sacco about the housing component, though 6 years from now is perhaps not as far, particularly in this current finance market. And I did have some questions about why we didn't have any more applicants. I didn't know if the current real estate finance market is holding back proposals because it is a uncertain time about how people are going to finance at much higher interest rates than they were used to for 10 or 15 years of their business. Well,
I can't speak to sort of motivations of potential applicants. I can say that part of the original ITN scope for the direction to the evaluation team was to assess the financial ability of any respondent and being able to actually deliver the vision that's outlined in the scope. From the evaluation team perspective, I think we felt that the Knott's proposal had a significant amount of deep thought that had gone into the financial projections. There's a detailed pro forma in the backup, as well as various commitment letters from local banks to finance, and the respondents' experience redeveloping the existing location that Commissioner Sacco had mentioned, which originally had been shut down by the city for structural issues with the building, and the proposer had secured financing, completely rehabilitated the building, and reopened as a climbing gym. So for those reasons, we felt that the financial wherewithal was certainly there with that proposal. Obviously, like interest rates are affecting lots of aspects of the development market. But those things aside, like we had felt confident in the backup materials they had provided with their application.
Okay. Climbing is not something I personally have done since I was a Boy Scout years ago, and I didn't particularly like it then. It wasn't my kind of thing. I like cycling way better than going vertical. But it's something that a group of people definitely do. It's not something you can just go do. You can run in a gym on a treadmill, or you can run outside, but you can't go. We don't have mountains to climb. We don't have kind of cliffs or anything. So indoors where it's at, and businesses provide that for a lot of people. I was impressed by the idea of adaptive reuse of at least even one of the buildings, but I think potentially more than one of the buildings is as I was reading it, because I think that's a really good opportunity. This impressed me as we could have put this forward and said we want just a whole bunch of housing, because the downtown strategic plan did identify the need for new housing, particularly non-student housing, both in the market and non-market area. We could have said, this is really what we want, but we left it far more open to, the original, what we wanted, and then narrowed it down towards some sort of mixed use of some sort. So I'm really impressed with the adaptive reuse that the Knott proposed. I love the idea of housing that would be potentially live-work situation, and I'm sure we would have to zone it properly for live-work. But that's a very interesting idea. I think that really helps the South Main, downtown, with artists or other kind of makers and creators that they may be doing that from home. Of course, I guess you could also just work from home as any other kind of office, digital job where you're working from home. But that was particularly interesting to me with the amount of kind of focus on arts in the downtown and South Main area. I do have a concern over the total, in the end, the appraisal and the price of land, because I think it's, granted, we don't directly get this money, perhaps, because it's going to have to go to the federal government. But if we're allowed to keep any of that money for transportation purposes, that's my understanding,
yes,
that we can't, that if the federal government agrees, potentially we could keep some of that sale money if we devote it back to a capital transportation project within RTS, I assume.
Correct. Yeah, it would be transit related.
Have to be transit related. And so there's, if we can keep it, then getting as much money as possible would be great. But that may push this project out of, possibility. So I like the idea of this as a far less intense use right against the park than could happen. Previous proposals for the Gray Bar property were much more intensive. I feel like this is a very decent medium kind of intensity for this parcel. So I was very impressed with it. I love the idea of another place you could rent a bike potentially on the right on the trail. I'm interested in if there's any ideas of the trail connections, just the configuration, if any that needs to change for their plan or for even for the ease of for bike riders and users of the trail. And my other kind of comment is just the potentially using this site for more park or other public uses. I think if Depot Park didn't exist, absolutely we'd be looking at this as some sort of park space. If we didn't have a bunch of other parks that we're looking at improving, potentially new park in Southwest Gainesville, I think I'd be more open to looking at it as a park. If we hadn't already committed to the Thelma Bolton Center, if we needed a Thelma Bolton Center, but then yeah, it would have made a lot of sense that we would have looked at that to keep that in the public. But that would have entailed us, in essence, probably paying the federal government. And particularly right now, I don't see where we could find $2 to $6 million extra dollars. I mean, wild spaces, public places. That's where it would have to come from. So I feel like this is a decent use, and I feel like it also, at least from what I see, it doesn't lock this land into that exact use for 100 years because of the nature of what they're building. They're not building a 6-story apartment building that is probably going to be there for quite a while. Potential use. I'm also very interested in how we deal with the parking situation, where, from what I saw in the proposal, it kind of split it in half, where one would be one more for the knot, one would be potentially for the city to do something with or maintain for excess parking in downtown. And I think we have created an amenity in Depot Park that perhaps needs a little more parking. I would love if people got there in a different way, because what makes Gainesville special is not a parking lot, it's everything else. And I want more of this everything else as opposed to parking. But I know that I parked in that lot definitely for overflow for events, and it was not striped and chaotic, and we need to do better long term. But it's great that it was there. So I'm very interested in how that could develop, because that would, then on that site, we're talking about taking care of a lot of the needs of the city, more parking, more tax dollars coming in because it would be now taxable. Potentially selling it and getting some of that, if money can go to RTS, if the federal government allows us to keep us, that's a great idea. And also a kind of business that is not just a bar or a restaurant, something that has got weekday hours, weekend, into the evening, morning. That's really exciting. And the conglomerative effect of people who are interested in that kind of outdoorsy or arts or a particular part of our culture. So I'm really excited by this. So I look forward to going forward with this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Willetts. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everybody who was a part of this process. I do want to say that rock climbing has never been anything that I've ever tried. It looks like I will. I definitely, it's just been nothing that I have ever tried, and I'm grateful for the creativity and energy that you all have put into this, having done this for a while in the past and your vision moving forward. I did also want to make sure that I acknowledged Mr. Jay Nordquist, who's in the back. I've had several conversations with you, and I was really glad to hear the work that you and your partners had done on the Florida Music Hall of Fame. That was something that I saw great vision in. And as a lover of music, I would say former, but I'll say current performer, I really, really appreciated what it was that you were bringing forward, and still hope that in a way you'll be able to do that. I know that we've had conversations about making Gainesville a cultural capital. And I do think that culture does have a somewhat specific definition. I'm a little sorry to hear that that was something that kind of got lost in this, to be very honest, because I think that actually fit that a little bit more than what this does. At the end of the day, this is where we are, though. I want to just kind of take a moment to kind of jump off a little bit more into this, because I think that we had an opportunity, and still do, most likely in a different way, in a different iteration, to continue to move us towards that goal of making Gainesville a cultural capital, a place of regional significance in terms of music, that celebrates local artists, some of whom have had the chance to go on and become huge names nationally, and to grow Gainesville in that way, making it a destination. You know, I'm sure people will come to climb, absolutely. I think too, though, I'm really, really interested in seeing how we will move forward. Hopefully, Mr. Nordquist will not stop with his vision. Will continue to come to the city for a level of support to move that forward, because I think it is very, very important. It's critical, I think, if we are going to move towards that goal. So I wanted to thank you, sir, also for being here and for doing that work. I do have a question, and it speaks to some concerns that have existed in the community, and in their interest, I want to make sure that they are able to hear from management about any concerns with regards to any type of conflict of interest. Madam Curry, can you speak to that idea? Because we do have Mr. Diedenbach, who is working out of your office and who will be working on a number of things moving forward. When he is on proposals, as he has historically been, what is the response to the community when they express concerns about a conflict of interest?
Mr. Mayor, if I might, I would really refer and have some consultation with the city attorney on that. I don't have a response at this point in time. I'm not aware that Mr. Diedenbach is working on, or CHW, I will just put it that way, is working on any aspect of this project in conjunction with our office. In fact, we've had minimal work done by the company to date on anything relative to East Gainesville, minimal. But I would have to consult with the city attorney before making a statement, you know, at this point in time.
Okay. I would appreciate you bringing that back, because it's not the first time that we've had that concern expressed. And I do want to allay any concerns, if possible, of the community, and certainly have them to hear from us in that regard.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I conclude.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Book, did you want to weigh in at all? Or?
I was hoping to hear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, potentially from the applicants if they had some additional context for us to listen to.
Mr. Mayor, I believe we're actually not allowed to have the applicant speak because we're still in the cone of silence.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. I do have some comments, and then I do want to hear from the public, and then we'll come back around. Mr. Persons, how long has it been since we vacated this property to use the new RTS site? And we opened that in 13 or 14?
Yes, I believe it's been, it's been at least 5, 6, 7 years, somewhere around there. It's been, we haven't used the property for even longer. Basically, since the RTS facility, the administration facility off of Beach Street was constructed and operational.
And that was probably 14 or 15?
Yeah, that sounds right. Mm-hmm.
So for going on a decade, we haven't used this for anything other than overflow parking, essentially unstriped overflow parking. It is a link in a chain, that the property itself, a link in a chain that goes from downtown to Depot Park. Then this is there, and then there's the rail trail, and then there's First Magnitude and some other properties that have been wildly successful. This would go on the tax rolls after the sale, correct?
Correct.
And it, of course, is not on the tax rolls now. And it would give us an opportunity to invest potentially in further transit infrastructure, capital projects. It feels to me like we have admired this problem long enough. And perhaps it's time to take action with it. I appreciate that more than one organization was interested in really moving forward with this, and I appreciate everyone's, the community's patience and the applicant's patience on this. Even if we pass the recommendations, staff recommendations today, we're a long way from done. There will be a lot more opportunities for us to weigh in on this, for the public to weigh in. There are many decision points along the way, but I am hopeful at this point that we have the opportunity to move forward with something very positive. Let's hear from the public, and then we'll come back and hear from us again.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First, we have Joaquin Nordquist, followed by Chuck Ross.
Welcome, Mr. Nordquist.
I've been told that I cannot speak to the motion because of the cone of silence. Or I can't speak at this moment as a public comment, so I apologize.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Mr. Ross.
Good morning, and I want to thank Mr. Persons for an excellent presentation going over the project. I don't know the history or background. I've only been here a few years, but I had a couple of concerns. There was mention that there will be no cost to the city, but in the materials it talks about the applicant is requesting remuneration for any environmental issues and to help with the parking area, to upgrade it, I believe they said. It strikes me that it, as Commissioner Eastman said, it's an ambitious project. I don't know if this company, and they can't speak, so has ever tackled a project of this size before. The budget is somewhere between $23 to $34 million. There are quite a number of components involved, and I think it would be important to understand their background in taking on a project of this size. And perhaps they have. I know nothing about them. Just to clarify something, there was a mention about Mr. Denenbach, who I don't know, but he's listed in the presentation materials as a civil engineer. I have no opinion one way or another on that, but I wanted to point that out. That's where it probably came from. I'm just curious, has there been any interest expressed in the community for a project for rock climbing and the wave machine or whatever it is, surfing, the stationary wave, I think they phrased it in the project. Just as Commissioner Chestnut said, there was no public involvement in determining who was going to be listed as the winner of this award that wasn't solicited, I understand. It's unsolicited bids, which is, to me, I don't understand how you could do a project of this size and not solicit bids, but.
Let me interrupt for just a second.
Well, let me finish my comments, please.
Sure, I'm just trying to give you information.
You can give me afterwards, thank you.
Sure, okay.
Have they, so there's, when you tell me about the unsolicited bid, when I'm done, thank you. I'm concerned that there may be an impact on the environment that needs to be assessed, because obviously we're going to be enlarging a parking space, and we're going to be possibly impact for trees that are being removed. I don't know, maybe not. I would also just say that the big question to me is, and what happens, you give them the property and it fails. The project doesn't work. They build it out, they go bankrupt. What happens? I think the city ought to consider maybe possibly leasing the property versus selling it. At least you'll have more control over it. And have there been any other uses that were considered before these project was assigned? And thank you for letting me go over my time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. So several things I would like to address there. First of all, there's a reverter clause, has already been discussed. Kind of working backwards, if I can try to hit them all here. This was initially an unsolicited proposal. We put out an RFP following that. There was a very extensive process, and this went back a year, Mr. Persons, is that to last September. This commission, asked for there to be a request for proposals to the community. We got 2 back, including the initial one. So let's be careful about saying that nobody else was involved. That simply isn't accurate. It is, as it exists, a building or 2 and surface parking. It is not trees. So hopefully that addresses some of those issues. Mr. Clark?
No further public comment.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Come on in,
Thank you,
Ken.
Mayor Ward. In the famous saying of Edgar Allan Poe, if what such a distressing monosyllable lies between these two letters, IF. It's not an if question with Depot Park and the skate park and the rock climbing gym. Over 26 years ago, I watched the community of skateboarders, community of musicians come before the city commission with petitions from hundreds of kids, parents to build a skate park at Depot Park over 26 years ago. And the initial proposal for Depot Park also had a canoe run in it. And this is a real thing that happened in Gainesville. And so to hear that these guys are putting together a rock climbing gym that potentially be a rock and roll gym where you can skateboard, you can have music, you can have all these different cultures come together and serve that part of Gainesville, it's like the missing link. I mean, these kids love it. When they go on the roller skates and the skateboards and the Razor scooters, the main thing is they're participating in something physically active that's good for them, not to mention pursuing an Olympic sport now. And what these guys have done with the rock climbing gym is phenomenal. To take a place that was broken and not working, turn it into a thriving business that pulls all sorts of people from the University of Florida down to exercise without drugs or alcohol involved is what we need for the community. And what they're putting in their legwork, if the gentleman who spoke about the what if understood that that is not a question for these guys at the Rock Gym. They don't need to say a word other than come check out our place. I mean, seriously, you couldn't ask for a better combination to add to Depot Park than sports and arts and minds and hearts. You get the kids psyched. So just wanted to say that and speak on behalf of these guys from the Rock Gym. They do wonderful work.
Thank you, Mr. Rohan. So, no more public comments, all right? Okay. Before we go back to the lights, I also want to remind everyone that this is not, we're not approving a contract for sale. We're approving, if we do this, an invitation to negotiate a contract and all the details therein. And that may take up to a year from what we're talking about. Hopefully, it doesn't take a year if we approve it. But also, we would be approving a contract for sale, not a contract for give. So, Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of the historical information that you were requesting and asking about was actually of interest to me too, and what Mr. Ross was talking about, because it kind of helps us determine what to do to move forward. Both proposals, the Knot Climbing Gym and the Florida Music Hall of Fame, are really outstanding proposals. They are. And they're very interesting for the area that basically goes right next to park and recreation space. And so the concerns that I voiced will actually have nothing to do with the applicants or the proposals. It has to do more with the process and a couple of those things that have been brought up before. I did have a couple of questions, Madam Manager, from Mr. Persons related to a little more historical knowledge of the property. Certainly something does need to give, and we do need to move forward. And I was wondering about what input we had historically or in the past few years related to what we should do with that, because it's been sitting there, especially since we have at least two neighborhoods that are directly next to it.
Mr. Mayor, so the property has been sort of discussed, I think ever since the new, or I guess not new now, the RTS administration facility bus yard was completed. It was discussed in the context of the holistic Depot Park redevelopment. It had always, I think, been sort of identified as a prime location for a redevelopment project. Something I think in the vein of some sort of amenity that would be complementary to Depot Park. Whether it be sort of more along the lines of like a amphitheater or a cultural, like a music type of venue, or something that would be more oriented towards like sort of more traditional commercial mixed use, housing. But it's been discussed sort of in the vein of all of those redevelopment projects, with Depot Park itself, the South Main Street project that happened. There was even, I think, some sort of conceptual designs that had been done at the behest of a former city manager by staff in the down in the location. There had always been discussions about the FTA's involvement with the property and from a funding standpoint. But I don't think, that said, there had been anything sort of crystallized in terms of like a clear vision. This is exactly what we want from this property. And the actual ITN scope identified a few points that were important. This is scope that had been put out, to request solicitations, and it was to redevelop the site in both an expeditious and thoughtful, realistic way for a mixed-use redevelopment that was complementary to the uses at Depot Park, which obviously recreational uses. And that was what had gone out with the original, or with the ITN that was sent out earlier this year. So I don't think there was. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question. I could tell you at different points the property has been in discussions with the Power District, with various other redevelopment activities or redevelopment hopes and dreams in the area.
Oh, I think you answered it, if I'm understanding correct. We've had various times where we've gotten feedback related to the use, and it's been for some of the projects in that direct area. But we're moving on a few years, and I would, regardless of how we proceed today, it would absolutely be a necessity for me in future efforts that we have to get that feedback and that community input directly there. Kind of one of the pieces that's kind of interesting is we talk about housing. And so that's an interesting piece of the component, but sometimes we assume that while we may want it as a commission, a particular area of the community may say, that's a terrific idea, but that may not be the right place. And I know that's a difficult, nuanced thing, and that happened. And that happened to the county, not within the last 12 months, where a project that looked to have tremendous merit maybe shouldn't have been placed where it was placed, merely from a density perspective. So that's an example of, I think, the feedback that we would need to get from here forward, from today forward, some updated community input as it relates to project management, no matter what it is, to say, well, what is it exactly? What do you like and not like? It doesn't mean it changes necessarily the dynamics of the project, but we need to know that for future votes. So that would be a critical component for me. Then I wondered if you could speak to a little bit about, I think Commissioner Willetts was actually speaking to this, kind of the sale versus lease option. It's great that it's a revenue generator regardless. It provides jobs, it provides economic incentive. There's taxes that are generated on the footprint, and we no longer have a massive vacant space that's been sitting there for years, which is what the mayor was talking about. But have we kind of considered that from a staff perspective? And I'm just really looking for opinion related to sale versus lease of this property.
So the solicitation included both as potential options. FTA also provides both as potential options. A long-term lease would mean we would be in a long-term relationship with FTA for good or for bad with the property. In terms of from a redevelopment standpoint, if the property were to be turned into basically private uses, we would receive tax value from the property. And I certainly can't speak for the respondents. I can speak generally that typically like site control, meaning like ownership, helps with financing. Long-term leases are, depending on your lending institution, they may see that as being less stable than a like outright ownership. But certainly, the lease option is included in both the original solicitation. It is an option for FTA.
Thank you. I like the fact that you were speaking to a number of accountability types of controls. I know they've been spoken to up here, which is timelines for work,
Right.
project, regardless of value. Once you negotiate, things like that need to be in a contract that holds our ability to control as much as possible the fact that it is exactly as warranted. In the contract. And I think you spoke about a few of those things. Those are very important to me. And just on the process perspective, I'm understanding we've sunsetted this unsolicited bid for a project of this side. That is no longer going to be an option going forward. That's just something I don't like one bit, and that has nothing to do with the applicants. But that's no longer an option.
That's correct. It is sunsetted policy of the commission.
I couldn't hear you.
Commissioner, Mr. Mayor, if I might, Commissioner Eastman was asking about the unsolicited proposal process. We were asked to develop a process. Staff did, we brought it to the commission, it was approved, but it was approved for 6 months. That time frame ended in November. And so we do not have a process going forward anymore for unsolicited proposals. Doesn't mean that someone can't come forth and make a request from the commission, but we don't have a process to guide it anymore.
Right.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Manager, for that clarification. That's what I understood also. And I think that's important because we do want to make sure that we're completely above board, not in how we operate, but just in the way that people may view or perceive what's happening if you have embedded staff, at a high managerial level. And that always worries me from a standpoint of giving one particular interest a leg up over any other particular interest. But it sounds like we're addressing that merely by the process. So thank you very much for the information, Mr. Parson, and to both the applicants. I didn't realize you couldn't speak, but I appreciate both the applications. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Sacco.
I'll just be brief. As far as because the applicant can't speak for themselves, as someone who used to go to the former rock climbing gym, when it closed, it was awful. And there were plenty of people in the community who were consistently and constantly asking when it would be fixed, when the foundation issues could be fixed, and it just didn't happen, at least while I was a student and embedded in the community. The fact that the knot opened up where it did and it came back, I think I've looked at their hours. They have a broad range of hours just because they are always full. And so they need more space. So that demand is there, that desire is there. Gainesville is not everybody up here is, a sporty community of one variation or another. So there is a demand for sports. There is, as Mr. Rohan said, a demand for an activity to be done that is healthy and engaging, that isn't a club at 2 a.m. So there is demand for activities such as this, and especially specifically this type of activity. There has been for the last 9-8 years since the original closed down, a high demand for a revival of it. There is, despite the lack of mountains, a huge climbing community in Florida. But, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did wanted to kind of respond. Well, Commissioner Duncan Walker, you asked before about this as a cultural amenity. I will point out, since the applicant can't speak, that the skate park is under the current plan supposed to double as a venue of some kind. So you could still have performances, still have some music. So there is some of that aspect there in terms of the performing arts that are there. And then at some point I do think that we need to, not from this point, but kind of circle back around to the unsolicited proposals. I think also, Commissioner Duncan Walker, you mentioned before about questions as to, how could relationships influence discussions and how they go forward. Something I've learned a long time about Gainesville is just, we're a small town. In a lot of ways, that's nice. We kind of know who we're doing business with. We know who we can, who's done good work in the past, who hasn't. But I think because we all sort of know each other and there's long histories between lots of people, that I think processes like what we just went through, where if someone comes forward with something, we go through a neutral process where we are reviewing it through a neutral third party. We just have to hold ourselves to a higher level of ethics and transparency, just because we're the kind of town in which, we're going to know one another. And I think, and we're going to potentially have done business, or we will potentially have, gone to the rock gyms within these areas. And so I think circling back around to make sure that we have a process on proposals like these, so that it's not just kind of up in the air as to, you know, if someone has an idea, how do we move forward with it? Since this has sunsetted, I think is important. But I just wanted to make the motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
All right. You conclude?
Yep.
So we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Willits.
Commissioner, Andrew, I just want to make sure I understand the ITN, the invitation to negotiate, how it relates to the NOTS proposal. Because the scope included, requested, you know, experienced respondents involving multi-component mixed-use developments for redevelopment. So I want to make sure I get it. Do they have to have had an experience in that? And how is it the business versus the entire team that they have at least proposed to compile? Just so I understand that. I know if we want someone with absolute experience with this kind of multi-use, we may not find it here, and then it's someone elsewhere, and it's someone who just wants to take the property and doesn't have a vision besides business, right? Just making money. As opposed to here, we have an applicant who really has a vision, a local applicant with, you know, something that is already in the community, just would move and become bigger. So I'm trying to understand how much experience, just as we put out in our invitation, is it that they themselves have to have had this experience? I know they did some work, but not multi-component, multi-use at their current location, or is it the whole proposal, everyone involved in it?
Yes, and to clarify, the solicitation requires that any applicant put together a project team, which includes a variety of different fields and expertise that goes into the actual overall application. So the principles that you're mentioning, those are the principles, but it's larger than that. It includes the entire project team as well in terms of experience, and it goes to the evaluators when we are evaluating proposals as to the potential of the project being able to be delivered. So if we're evaluating a team or a proposal where they have not met certain, where they lack certain expertise on the team, then that would obviously affect the overall ranking.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to bring in again the importance of having an outside evaluation, bringing in the public on a team instead of just having that relegated to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. I wanted to make just a couple of comments before we move to a vote. First of all, it is very important that we get community input on what happens there, and that is baked into the process. As has been, as Mr. Persons told us, it's currently zoned for government use. To do anything else, we're going to have land use and zoning hearings, which means we will have opportunities for folks to speak to the plan board. There'll be opportunities, at least 2 opportunities, to come talk to us as a commission officially, in addition to all the informal opportunities that exist out there. So everyone should be aware that that there are baked-in opportunities for public input about what will actually happen on the property. As I said, there are many, many decision points between here and people enjoying themselves on this property in any kind of way other than as a parking lot. So thank you all for the input. Oh, I also wanted to talk briefly about the unsolicited proposals processes. For a long time, forever, we didn't have unsolicited proposal process here, which meant that anytime somebody was interested in a piece of property that the city owned and doing something on that, if they knew somebody at City Hall, they could come talk to somebody and maybe start up an idea. You know, maybe something would get rolling either from staff or from the dais. Having an unsolicited proposals policy and a process for someone to say, hey, I have an idea for this piece of property. You don't have to know people anymore at that point. You can, it's a much more egalitarian opportunity to say, I have an idea, I'd like it to be heard, I can fill this form out, write this check, and move forward through the process in a transparent way. I'm very interested in hearing how we might tweak that process that is now expired, and again, match it to best practices in other cities, because lots of cities have these processes. This is not a new thing that Gainesville came up with. This is a useful opportunity. Now, I think we should learn from the pilot period that we had that available for, but it actually improves transparency and gives an opportunity for anyone who has an idea who has a serious idea to be heard. So I'm hopeful that, obviously that is not part of this, but moving forward that we can have other discussions about that. All right, with all that said, we have a motion and a second to adopt the four-part staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, that passes 6-1 with Duncan Walker in dissent. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, our next item is 2023-977 Gainesville Fire Rescue Quarterly Update, with the recommendation that the City Commission hear a presentation from Gainesville Fire Rescue.
Mr. Mayor, Chief Hillhouse, Assistant Chief Hillhouse is here, and Chief Dixon's stead to make this presentation this morning.
Very good, thank you. Welcome, Deputy Chief.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very much. Joseph Hillhouse, Deputy Fire Chief. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to point out the good work that Gainesville Fire Rescue does for the city.
Y'all, this is going to be interesting. You can stick around.
Chief Dixon wasn't here and everybody left. So we chose to utilize our mission statement to kind of provide the lens for this briefing. And we're going to focus on community involvement, education, prevention, and rapid intervention by professionals committed to excellence. We're going to start off with community involvement. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to Krista Ott, who's our CRP coordinator, who's filling in for Director Stone, who's preparing to get married tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Good morning,
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor and Commission. Thank you so much for having us. So as Chief Hillhouse said, my name is Kristen. I'm the current coordinator for the Community Resource Paramedicine program. So we are currently continuing our active work on the Community Health Improvement Plan. As far as mental well-being, we have been participating in our Coakley grant, which we are wrapping up. That's the University of Baltimore. And our Community Resource Paramedicine team has actively been working to reduce overdoses, as well as provide overdose education and prevention in our community. GPD and GFR have been working to strengthen our partnerships with the CRP team and our co-responder teams, which help to support patients with both mental health and substance use challenges. Under Safe Mobility for All, we've been continuing our car seat checks within our community, and we are also hosting an additional car seat technician certification course in December. We'll also be looking to host a car fit certification course in 2024. For healthy behaviors, our partnership between Parks and Rec, as well as the Saving Smiles, has continued to provide free dental health care for children in our community. And with the support of the Children's Trust, we will be hosting 4 healthy afternoons in the fire stations, starting in the spring of 2024. For chronic disease management, we've been increasing our primary care compliance with our program participants within the Community Resource Paramedicine program, and we've been tracking that goal within our healthcare emergency, or within our electronic health record system called Health Call. For our community health happenings with One Nation, One Project, in August they hosted 2 informational sessions for the Phase 2 call for projects. One was in person and one was virtual. They launched the Phase 2 call in September, which closed on October 2nd, and eligible proposals are currently under review. The projects selected for the funding will be announced publicly on November 15th. Project implementation period will be January through August 15th of 2024. In August, the Mirror Image Leadership Academy Scholar Showcase took place at the Thomas Center, where artwork was also displayed in City Hall Auditorium for a few weeks. This amplified the voices of the young men in the program, working through their artwork, depicting their perspectives on gun violence, as well as community solutions. For our overdose prevention project plan, we held a community event, our symposium, where we had about 45 community members and partners that joined us, where we analyzed the data that had been collected over the last few months, and we focused on having group focus groups for the findings that will help guide our next round of the grant project, which will be the implementation grant. The Alachua County Health Department is currently working on their next iteration of the community health assessments and the health improvement plan. Community Director Stone has served on the assessment design team and is supporting the effort in disseminating participation opportunities to community members and community partners. We did a department wellness survey, which was a collaboration between our operations division, our training, and our community health divisions. And it's allowing us to assess and understand the strengths and areas of growth for our department, specifically around mental health and well-being. And we participated in several events within the community. We attended the Eastside Health and Economic Development Initiative virtual groundbreaking ceremony. Community Health Director Stone participated in the planning committee and led activities on the policy day for the city's inaugural gun violence summit. On August 19th, the One Nation One Project hosted the summer 2023 event at Depot Park. And the Community Health Division attended and participated in UF Health's Psychiatric Hospital International Overdose Awareness Day event. And also the Hippodrome was lit up in purple in honor, in honor of that day. For our Community Resource Paramedicine program, we have participated in several community events, including the Loads for Learning, the ELO Fest, Recovery and Community Programming, a presentation to the Safety Net Collaborative, and the Mount Moriah Missionary Baptist Church Health Fair. We've provided several professional development opportunities and trainings for our staff, including lunch and learns, as well as language line workshops, so that all of our staff know how to help our community members access services and resources in different languages. We have increased our community partners to include the UF Haley Brain Wellness Institute, which is looking at concussions within first responders and how that affects their mental well-being, and they also provide a lot of in-depth meetings for them with different providers to help develop care plans. We also have increased our partnership with the UF Health Pediatric Trauma Prevention and Outreach team. We are currently in the middle of a hiring process for 3 Responder 2s, which are single cert paramedics for the Community Resource Paramedicine program. And we also have 2 brand new Responder 1s that will be starting in November. We've been participating in ongoing training about medication-assisted treatment, as well as the history of the opioid crisis and how different communities around the United States are addressing these issues. The Community Resource Paramedicine program has also recently launched a new initiative to engage with our unhoused citizens in downtown Gainesville, primarily around the Bo Diddley Plaza area, the Hippodrome, and the Sun Center. We've been doing this for a few weeks now, and we've seen great success. We've had one of their individuals that was able to go directly into detox and then is successfully completing a treatment program currently. And another unhoused individual, we were able to get an immediate bed placement within 24 hours into Grace Marketplace. And so we're very happy with the engagement that we're able to provide down there and meeting the needs of those citizens where they're at. I'm going to turn it back to Chief Hillhouse.
So continuing with our discussion about homelessness, the city manager has charged Chief Dixon with increasing communication for all of the city's homelessness efforts. And we've been working with stakeholders, both external and internal, to improve collaboration, and that includes interagency collaboration. We actually started by working on algorithms so that all of our responses were documented and timely, and we knew exactly which steps to be able to move through whenever we got somebody that was sent to us that needed resources. We've also worked on capturing data. We like to use data-driven decision making. So we've looked on capturing additional data for our homeless population. That includes partnering with the Loss Prevention Resource Center so that we can start GIS mapping, and we can kind of see how that population moves throughout the city and what that movement kind of causes for city services. We know that happens periodically, so we'd like to be able to track that to see if there are any patterns to be able to assist. And we've been reviewing policies so that we can see what exactly are other cities doing to be able to to be able to assist their homeless populations and provide opportunities. One such opportunity is SAMHSA's Treatment for Individuals Experiencing Homelessness TIE program, which is actually a grant. And this grant's going to be Meridian-led, and we're going to have multiple partners and being able to bring this program locally, including the Gainesville Opportunity Center, obviously Grace, and our CRP team. And it focuses on kind of three pillars for us to be able to assess. One is prevention, the other one is diversion, and the last being outreach. And that's our current business model for being able to bring all of the city resources to bear to assist those citizens. Next, we're going to kind of talk about education. For that, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Ott.
So Gainesville Fire Rescue has a longstanding history of providing fire and life safety education to our community. These numbers illustrate our fiscal year 23, and during this time, for the majority of it, we had a full-time fire and life safety educator. Right now, we currently have a part-time educator, and then our community resource paramedicine team is also stepping up and handling a lot of our community events that also overlap with our goals and initiatives that we are providing within our community. So for fiscal year 23, we completed a little more than 140 community outreach and education events. We had almost 13,000 neighbor contacts where we provided education, resources, and community programming. We installed almost 100 free smoke alarms into homes, and we installed 34 car seats was more likely our appointment number, where some of those appointments we may have installed multiple car seats within a single car or had multiple family members with a car at that car seat appointment. But we are growing all of those programs, and we are excited to see what we're able to accomplish in fiscal year 24 and be able to continue our education and outreach efforts, and that is thanks to the commission and your support for those. Thank you.
Thank you. We also had the opportunity to kind of educate on a national level. Chief Sutton and Chief Dixon actually traveled to Fire Rescue International to be able to present on community crime, health, and homeless opportunities or threats. Then we had Mount Pleasant United Baptist Church that presented Chief Dixon with an award honoring our first responders. And we had two members, Director Stone and Ketchia, that actually traveled to EMS World, and they presented a program called From Handshake Partnerships to the Executive Team, how successful grassroots community paramedicine launched a city's role in public health. So those are just two examples of GFR on behalf of the city of Gainesville that have put on classes at a national level. Switching to prevention, and all the numbers that I'll be presenting will actually be for fiscal year 23, since this is our fourth quarter update. So these will be year-long numbers. For our Risk Reduction Bureau, we did just a little over 735 new inspections. So these are buildings that had been modified or new buildings that had went up, of which we've had plenty. So we did 735 new inspections. We corrected 1,332 safety violations that were found while conducting 3,696 building inspections, which included 26 million square feet. And also provided 199 hours of inspections after hours in our bars and nightclub. And we'll point out that we did that with 4 inspectors, and the city continues to grow. So that team does a great job. During our last quarter, we also had a hurricane, which necessitated us standing up the city's Emergency Operations Center. And that team works not only whenever they are stood up, but year-round, both mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. Then moving on to our rapid intervention by professionals committed to excellence. I'm going to start with, we often describe this map so that we can kind of break down where District 1 and District 2 is. So we actually provided the red line so that, so you can see this and kind of how it lines up with the different districts for the commission. So what we have here is a breakdown of District 1 and District 2, and you see call numbers, and these are calls for service which is slightly different than unit responses. So these are calls for services broken down by station. I will point out that some of these stations are multi-unit stations. Most of the District 1 stations are actually multi-unit stations, where most of District 2s are single-unit stations. That's why you see a little, disparity with the call load. It doesn't mean that those units are necessarily slower. There's just one unit that happens to be in there. So if we break this down by total calls by category, you can see that EMS calls are still our predominant driver for our service, followed by fires, then rescue and special hazards. And we chose these categories, as I'll talk about in just a minute, because we are going through our 5-year accreditation process to be an accredited department. And these are how we are asked to break the data down specifically for that. This is broken down. These are total calls for District 1 and District 2, and you can see District 1 is a little bit busier. That has to do with density, specifically for that location. Here we have turnout times broken down by District 1 and District 2, and at the very top you can see the kind of the golden bar that we're trying to meet, which is a 60-second turnout. And when we talk about turnout times, it's like golf. Lower score is better. And you can see us in comparison to that. So our turnout times, meaning whenever the bell goes off, how long does it take the crews to don the appropriate PPE, and then for the trucks to start moving. This is a yearly average time for both districts is 47 seconds and 43, for a department average of 45 seconds, which is well under the national benchmark. This is our travel times. Again, I have the bar set down there for us to be able to see it. So where we're trying to meet is 4 minutes for both District 1 and District 2. We're over the 4-minute mark. And as we've spoken about before, this is a product of one, density. How much traffic do we have in a particular area? What the size of the city is. It's obviously been growing, and where units are positioned. And one of the ways that that we've looked at being able to address this are some of the recommendations that have been presented in the Fire Master Plan. But it's something that we look at, and we're always coming up with innovative ideas to be able to lower our travel times. And finally, for our professionals committed to excellence, we did have the opportunity to swear in 3 new firefighters yesterday that will be able to go to the road. We currently have 6 firefighters that were from our non-certified process that are still in fire college. 1 non-certified candidate, which is currently in EMT school, and we have 2 waiting to be slotted to be able to go in, which leaves us. Once we get all of that group on the road, will leave us with 10 positions down, and we are currently working with our HR partners to be able to fill those positions. As I mentioned, GFR is going through our accreditation process this year. Shortly after that, we'll be going through. So we are an accredited department, and we are also a ISO Insurance Service Organization Class 2, and the Commission knows that the ISO rating directly affects what the citizens pay for insurance. So with, again, golf rules, 1 being the best, we are a 2. We're right on the verge of being a 1. That's kind of where we're always striving to be able to get. But I will point out for accredited departments with an ISO 2, out of the 38,195 reporting departments, Gainesville Fire Rescue is in the top 6.5%. So I think that's something that Gainesville can be proud of. So we appreciate the opportunity to be able to kind of present what the department has been up to over the past quarter, and thank you very much for the time.
Deputy Chief, thank you so much for being here. It's always interesting to me to see where we are, especially that the information on the ISO 2 and where that falls in the overall curve. That's really gratifying. So thank you for saving me money.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Hillhouse. How many units are at Station 9? Is it just 1?
We currently have 1 station, Territory 9. I'll say it like this. Territory 9 is currently covered by 2 units. 1 is a county unit, which is Engine 80. And what we've been told is we can anticipate that by the end of December, Engine 80 will be relocating to its new home, which is further out into the county. And we've had plans in place where Station 9 will then have 2 units. So we'll have Ladder 9, which is currently there, and then Engine 9 that will take over in that area.
And so they had, is the 2,756 calls for FY23, is that a lot for just having one unit there out of Station 9?
Yes, sir. So we use a specific equation to be able to, to kind of be able to turn the capacity, call it the capacity equation. Right at 3,100 calls shows that a unit is at maximum capacity for that area. And that's how we know that that's a 2-unit solution in that area. It's currently being offset by Engine 80, and that's why whenever that unit leaves, that we will move Engine 9 into that area.
Okay. And how do we feel about the physical capacity of Station 9 to handle a new unit?
So we need more room at Station 9. We actually, that's included in the fire master plan and is currently being worked on by the special advisor to the city manager for infrastructure. So that's something that the team is currently working on to be able to build an actual Station 9. Currently, we're in Trailer 9, which was meant as a short-term solution. To be able to do that, it will be challenging for us to, to have 2 units run out of that area, but hopefully it will be for a time-limited period until we can get the new station built.
All right. I think short-term has passed. I think it's passed. I had a question about the language line access training. I don't know if this is for you or for Ms. Ott, about who provided that training. Did the Office of Equity and Inclusion provide that training, or who provided the training on that, or is that internal?
So we definitely had that for the entire department. Yeah, so we had that for the entire department, including the CRP program that was provided by the city.
Right, that's kind of what I assumed. And so then I wanted to take this opportunity to ask just the city manager about that process. I know that Commissioner Sacco has made sure that we continue to talk about our language access and whether all of the, all of our community builders across the city know how to use it and everything. So this is an example. Is this one of the first largest departments to have tried this, and where are we at on that taking that training to all the departments?
This is probably one of the largest departments, but Mr. Folston he's leading that. He would be the person to respond.
And that's why I didn't see him. His code is here. Okay. So I'd like to hear a little bit about that, just because hearing about it, and I didn't know how they're doing on that, and whether you had input of what departments have. But I'd love to hear a little more about kind of how that's gone. Has it been useful? Is it what do we learn in that about what our current employees did or didn't know, and kind of how it's going? And maybe that's something for Mr. Folston to come back to us and update us on how it's going. But I just thought it was interesting to hear about it, and that's what I'm asking now. So I don't know who that's for, but or how did it go? I just want to know, because this is an opportunity for us to hear how it's going, not just that it happened.
So from GFR's standpoint, it was an opportunity for us to add another tool to the toolbox. So we've had some resources available to us as public safety that we could access through the Combined Communications Center. So this gave us additional resources to be able, to be able to communicate in non-emergency situations. So it filled in some gaps for us, and the training was very well received by all the GFR members and appreciated.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief Hillhouse and team. I always love these reports. I'm very grateful for the work that you're doing. And I hear a lot of wonderful reviews from people in the community about the CRP program in particular. So I just want to tip my hat to you all once again. I have a very general question that I'm hoping you can provide a little bit of insight from me on, because there are some concerns that I have in District 1 with regards to traffic calming, and there are requests that have been made of me to try to move forward with regards to traffic calming mechanisms. How do speed tables and roundabouts impact your response time or your ability to get there? It's kind of a broad question, but if you can tell me something like how quickly you can get from point A to point B with X amount of speed tables in your path or roundabouts, that would kind of help me to kind of inform how I will be moving forward with making some requests in the future.
Yes, ma'am. So when we think about response times, we think about this in seconds. I generally ask people how long they can, how long you can hold your breath, and that's where that 4-minute response time is kind of set up. So anything that we do that slows anything down definitely has an effect on our ability to respond. That always has to be weighed with, what the rest of the city is trying to accomplish also. So a lot of times when we are asked about traffic calming, that's kind of the picture that we paint. It does have an impact on fire rescue, and some have more impact. Because our units are so heavy and have so much equipment, it's difficult for us with speed tables or speed bumps to be able to get over those. Those present us with a little bit of challenge because of all the equipment that we have on the vehicle, the amount of weight that we carry. I can get, Chief Hessen actually does have some data that says where we've looked at and says this is the exact impact for specific speed calming types that affect the department. So if the commission has a will to do that, Mr. Mayor, we can bring that exact data back to be able to do that. What we have kind of been asking for is there are specific roads, we refer to them as alpha roads, where those are ones that we use for predominant responses, that get us to kind of the neighborhood level, or allow us to be able to move from one side of town to the other. Because sometimes for specific emergencies, we have to put a large number of apparatus on scene. So what we've worked with the rest of our city partners is we've asked if we can avoid those on those specific alpha roads. That allows us to be able to move large distances to be able to do that. But anytime that we install any sort of traffic calming, it does have an impact. And we have to weigh that against, what's trying to be accomplished as a whole for the city.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Chief Hillhouse. I would request the data that you said that Chief Dixon does have. I would greatly appreciate that, along with that list of the alpha roads that you all try to avoid.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I conclude.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Santo.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Chief Hillhouse. So I'm always excited to see the GFR updates, mostly because they include a CRP update, and I'm just, I am grateful that the department went out to share what we have done and been able to achieve with the national community at the conference. I think it really shows that partnership with Grace, where we are willing to actually help, not just fix, but help, not push aside people at their neediest, but we want to see how we can help within our own resources and what the actual root cause is. So I'm really proud of GFR because I know the paramedicine program is like half of your paramedics and EMS are put over there on overtime half the time. So I'm really proud of that program and how we're sharing that it is a possibility for other communities to emulate. And further, aside from the homelessness component, by your calls, it looks like 2/3 of our calls are EMS anyway. So I know that, I'm just gonna pitch for CRP for a second. The community paramedicine CPR, no. Community, I'm having a moment.
Community resource paramedicine.
CRP, I was right, thank you. Wait, okay. You really should have named it CPR. If I can pitch for them for a moment, those calls will continue to be reduced as we continue to fund CRP. The vast majority of the calls are I slipped, or I forgot how to do my insulin, or I don't know how to check it, or I don't know how to manage my medication. And I know that we have pharmacy students and techs on board now, and that really is a good chunk of those EMS calls are folks who just need some guidance and case management, and we provide that, and that really reduces those calls, which incidentally are not handled by an ambulance, they're handled by a fire engine that you now have handling someone who slipped or fainted because they didn't take their insulin versus, there's a car crash and we really need to extract people from here. So I think it continuing to fund one program essentially funds the rest of the department and its services. So I wanted to highlight that component for y'all because I'm really proud of that work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. I see no further lights. Do we have anything from the public? Okay. Thank you all for not only for the work that you do, but for giving us such good reporting on the work that you do. That is something that is important for us to be able to be well informed and to go out into the community and tell those stories. So thank you so much for all of that, and please send our regards back through the department. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Right. All right, thank you all for your attention this morning. We are adjourned until 1 o'clock. Afternoon session. We have some things to do this afternoon. We are back in session. And this evening, I will remind you that we have a very short evening, but it will be celebratory. We have a couple of very important things ceremonially this evening that I think you will enjoy. So if you're watching at home, just be aware. Mr. Madam Clerk, sorry, we're switching around
We're
here.
switching you up on you. So we have the Gainesville History Moment with Miss Donna Waller.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Before I start today, two things. I want to thank the commission for allowing me to do this. Every month when I start doing research on whatever I've decided to talk about, I learn a huge amount about my city and county, and I wasn't born knowing all this stuff, I want to remind you. And it's such an opportunity for me, so I'm really grateful for that. The second thing is, I chose, you guys know, I choose my topic according to whatever month it is in terms of holidays, or in terms of what you guys are working on, if there's a history of that. So, of course, October rolled around and I thought, I'll do Gainesville's indigenous past. And I started doing the research, and I had done about a week of it when, I'm a good historian, I'm citing my sources, Commissioner Eastman's blog on Gainesville's Native American past came across my email. He's my district commissioner. And I have to tell you that he did such an incredible piece of research that you should listen to me and then access his blog for the details. I am citing him as my source, and I have to tell you, he even uses footnotes. Thank goodness. So that's what I want to talk to you about today. And as I said, you should go and read, because he did an absolutely excellent job of lots of details that I'm going to have to leave out. So, Gainesville has what Commissioner Eastman called a very rich indigenous history. And it literally starts with Paleo Indians. This area has been inhabited by Native Americans since literally the dawn of time. And if you want a sense of that, here's a weird thing you can do, and do not tell the people at the Best Western that I told you to do this. But the Best Western is built on land that was owned by a pioneer family in this area named the Hofflers. And if you are lucky enough to go into the conference room at the Best Western, which I get to do because I do events for clubs and stuff like that, look on the wall. When Gene Hoffler was a little boy growing up on the farm that used to be there, he collected arrowheads. And on the wall in the Best Western is the most incredible collection of arrowheads that range from Paleo Indians to the Temucans and on up. And they belong actually in a museum, not on the wall at the Best Western. The first time I saw them, I gasped when I saw them. They're mounted and in a beautiful box. So the next time you happen to go out there, just ask them if you can go in and take a look at it. It's a real treasure. I was blown away when I saw it. So I know the Paleo Indians were at least out at Spring Hill and on the Hoffler property, because I've seen this wonderful collection of arrowheads. By the time the Spanish got here, the natives in the area were the Temucans, and you can learn about them by going to the Natural History Museum and checking out a wonderful exhibit they have about Temucan life in this area. But by the early 1700s, the Temucans had been destroyed in the same way most New World indigenous people had. We were also the home to 2 Spanish missions, okay, which I did not know until I started this. Like all of the contacts between the Spanish and the natives got sick and died. And ultimately, by the early 1700s, white settlers had begun moving into this area from Georgia, and the remaining Temucans simply went to St. Augustine and merged with the Spanish there. So after the Temucans were destroyed and left, and white settlers began moving into North Florida and Georgia, the Seminole tribe was formed. And one of the things you should know about the Seminoles is, just like the Catawbas in Virginia, they are not a real tribe, or they did not start out as a real tribe. And where the Seminoles are concerned, their name comes from a Spanish word, cimarrones, which means cowboys, and they are remnants of the Appalachians, the Creeks, a number of tribes in Alabama and Georgia that were beaten up by the British, moved into North Florida and merged with communities of runaway slaves. The Seminoles are, some of the Seminoles are referred to as Maroons, and any of you who know the Caribbean know that phrase. And those are people who escaped from slavery and formed free communities. So the Seminoles were really a motley crew, and they had moved into this area and settled villages, farms, cattle farming especially. And they were here by the early 1700s and well established. They lived here pretty comfortably until the First Seminole War, which took place before the United States even owned Florida. Andrew Jackson came in from Georgia pursuing fleeing Creek Indians and attacked essentially the Seminole communities in North Florida. The First Seminole War was settled by a treaty, the Treaty of Payne's Landing. Yes, it is the same Payne from Payne's Prairie. And this part of Florida actually became the country's first Indian reservation after the First Seminole War. The Seminoles signed a treaty. They said they would move out of North Florida and come further south. And they basically settled in this area and down in the designated treaty area, which was in the Ocala National Forest. And that was 1817 or so. And then Andrew Jackson became president in 1828. And he decided that all of the indigenous people east of the Mississippi would be moved west. And that included the Seminoles. And the Seminoles and the white settlers in this area had already begun having unfortunate incidents because the Seminoles in this area were prosperous, they had good farmland, and the white settlers wanted it. And in fact, the Second Seminole War started here. Started here in Alachua County, and basically in the area around Noonensville, if you guys know about that. It started with an incident that happened out at Boland's Bluff, where some natives who had come up here to visit relatives were attacked by some white settlers, fought back, 3 people, 4 people were killed, and the U.S. Army came in. And if you don't know about the Indian Wars in America, the Indians almost never lost militarily. They almost never lost militarily. And that was true of the Seminoles as well. You can read about the real battle that took place here. It's referred to as Dade's Massacre. That was the name of the general who was killed. And the Indians won it. And what that did was to initiate the country's longest and most expensive Indian War. Okay, most people think about that with the 1870s after the Civil War and out west. But actually the Second Seminole War, which started right here, was the single costliest of all of the attempts to subdue the Native Americans and push them west. Ultimately, after a long period of time, almost a decade, the government won, and all but about 150 of the Seminoles were sent to Oklahoma, not on the Trail of Tears, but in another forced march in which many of them died. About 150 of them escaped, and they are the Everglades Seminoles. And along with them escaped the Black Seminoles as well. And something I have no time for, but Mr. Eastman does a great job of, is explaining what those escaped slaves had to do with the persecution of the indigenous people that they had intermarried with. One of the big issues when the Seminoles went west was what was going to happen to the Black Seminoles, whether they were going to be returned to owners after 3 generations. And many of them went south with the 150 remaining Seminoles. And if you go out to Micanopy, you want to, one of my friends said, when I said I'm going to talk about indigenous, he said, oh, you're going to talk about how they slaughtered Chief Micanopy for his cattle? And I said, no, that's a small detail, but they can read about it. Basically, after 1837, all of the indigenous people who had lived here from ancient times were gone and were removed. And you can pick up this history. Civil War recreation is not the only thing they do in Olustee. They do a recreation of one of the big battles of the Seminole War as well. And you can get more information about our missing fellow residents on whose land we all live at that reenactment. Happy Indigenous Peoples' Day.
Thank you, as always, much appreciated. Madam Clerk.
We have early public comment, but currently do not have anyone signed up.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I wasn't going to talk about it, but since Ms. Waller mentioned the Seminole Wars, I want to quote General Jessup, who Jackson sent to replace Dade, said, "To be sure, this is a Negro and not an Indian war." But what I want to go on to is several topics, if I have time. The first is good governance. And I think good governance is doing benefit to as many as possible of the citizens in every action of government. That includes good language and good actions. So I want to offer this commission the Superfluity Award, because what they're talking about out front with the fountains and tens of thousands of dollars is fluff. That's not going to benefit anybody. Just paint up those things and keep them like they are. Get some private donor. Get the Scotts or the McGurns or somebody else rich to donate the money for that. That's nothing you should be doing with our public money. Save that money and go toward really preserving the Bolton Center. Saving two walls is relic and remnant. It is not preservation. So good language is the first thing. But, there's examples of problems in governance all over the world. The biggest one right now we know is in the Middle East. Both Benjamin Netanyahu and Abbas of Palestine are guilty of bad governance, and all their predecessors who never settled for 75 years the oppression and cruelty toward Palestinians. Those are the real guilty parties, but they're not suffering. There's plenty of blame to go around. American evangelists, hard-right American evangelists, calling themselves missionaries, contributed heavily to the settlement movement in the West Bank because they think God needs their help to bring about the prophecies of wars in Revelations. So there's lots of blame to go around the world for that. The United Nations is to blame too. But I want to see good governance. I really hope that you will look to do good governance. We need it. So many things are not going well in this city. I've complained about it so many times. I still ride buses into Rosa Parks all the time and see the bus I want rolling out while I'm rolling in. And I haven't yet found out how to transfer between moving buses. So our service is not what it should be at all. We need to use your funds and decisions in ways that will benefit the citizens and not waste money and not build a future. I think what's talked about out front is nothing but a vanity project. That's just, it looks good, it feels good to people in office at the time, but it's not going to help the citizens in any way. So please make decisions that will help us. There's numerous other subjects I want to cover, but at least I gave you your award, and I'll come back another time.
Mr. Blount, would you move that forward? That would be great, thanks. So normally what we do is we have early public comment for folks who are speaking to items that are on the agenda but that they can't stay for. And then we move into general public comment, which I think we already started. We do ask folks to sign up so that we can do it in an orderly process. So, Madam Clerk.
So we did have somebody who needs to do early public comment. Reverend Milford Griner.
Welcome, Reverend Griner. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I will not be able to speak this evening, and me being here is for a specific purpose. and it needed to be heard from me, and that is effective on December 31st of this year. I will be, after 18 glorious years, I will be retiring as the president of the Rosa Parks Quiet Curves Committee. I will still be an advisor, but in 2024, the goal will be to have new leadership. I want to say so now because for 18 years, it's been a blessing to be president and have the support from the city of Gainesville and witness all of the recipients being awarded our annual Rosa Parks Quiet Courage Award, with our very first recipient being the husband of Commissioner Chestnut, Mr. Charles Chestnut, in 2006. But for me personally, it's time to pass the mantle. And I will say that I appreciate all that the city has done. Proud of the fact that the last official program, Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker was awarded a Rosa Parks Quiet Courage Award, along with former police chief Tony Jones. So I'm proud, but the thing I will always be proud of as I retire as president, that is the renaming of the then brand new RTS transfer station, renamed the Rosa Parks RTS transfer station, and the erecting of the bronze plaque that's still there. But the last official function I would do will be on December 1st, the annual Day of Courage program, which you will hear more about. But I want to come here to make this announcement not only to the City Commission, but also to the public, that although it's been a blessing, I'm passing the mantle to new leadership in 2024. But thank you all so much for support then, and the support now, and the support that will be given in the future. As outgoing president, I want to express my heartfelt appreciation for the past 18 years up until right now. So thank you all so very much.
Thank you, Reverend Reiner. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
So now we have general public comment.
All right, we'll move on to general public comment.
The first one was Johnny Law, but I don't see him in the auditorium at the moment. Next will be Jim Conish, followed by Chuck Ross.
Welcome, Mr. Conish.
Mr. Mayor, Jim Conish. I'd like to read to you from Judge Dempsey's 29-page opinion in response to a lawsuit. Can I have the overhead, please? In response to a lawsuit you expended at least $500,000 on, and probably more than that. Judge Angela Dempsey found that the City of Gainesville failed to sue the proper parties. The City of Gainesville lacked standing to sue anybody. The defendants were immune from suit, and that each of your 8 counts were legally insufficient. I'll read you some of this language. Plaintiffs does not allege, much less demonstrate, that the defendants meet the Francati elements. The proper defendant in a lawsuit challenging a statute's constitutionality is the state official designated to enforce the statute. Neither the Attorney General, the Governor, nor the Secretary enforce the challenged law. The authority does. Thus, none are proper parties to this action. The Attorney General. You sue the Attorney General improperly. That's not the right person to harass. The Attorney General's discretionary authority to intervene is a general executive power and does not constitute a sufficient connection to make her a proper defendant. Governor. It is absurd to conclude that the governor's general executive power under the Florida Constitution is sufficient to make him a proper defendant whenever a party seeks a declaration regarding the constitutionality of a state law. Plaintiffs does not cite a single authority for its claim that the governor manages or supervises the authority. Governor plainly is not the enforcing authority. The governor does not regulate or oversee municipal utilities. Plaintiffs repeatedly acknowledge this point. The Florida Constitution does not provide any authority for the state to have the governor run a city department, sir. Those are all quotes, sir. Otherwise, any state statute could be challenged simply by naming the governor as a defendant. Finally, the governor does not have an actual cognizable interest in the challenged action. A public official's disagreement with a constitutional or statutory duty or the means by which it is to be carried out does not create a justicable controversy or provide an occasion to give an advisory judicial opinion. I had asked you to ask the Attorney General to clear up your misunderstandings. After what happened Monday, if you guys do not change course, there is going to be severe consequences, and I encourage your city attorney to ask the Florida Bar. The number is 850-561-5600. Ask the Florida Bar if it's ethical at this point for him to purport to be the attorney for the authority. Because if he doesn't ask, someone else is going to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conish.
Chuck Ross, followed by Johnny Law.
Welcome, Mr. Ross.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chuck Ross. Well, to follow up on what Mr. Conish has said, I'm curious, what is is there an update on the GRU lawsuit by the city? I don't think there's been any reporting from the commission, so I think this is your first meeting, since the lawsuit was thrown out. So I'd like to hear that. And I was actually kind of curious, since there's an issue about whether the authority members are actually qualified to be in their position. I think two of them may be, and the other two probably not, because they don't live in Gainesville. How was the decision how did the decision come about to actually swear them in? Or is it not incumbent on the people who swear them in, but on the people who have been basically appointed to the office? I don't know the answer to that, but I was just curious. And then it seems like maybe it should have come before the commission to have a decision about whether or not, we got two people here, it's been well publicized, they don't live in Gainesville. How do we handle this? But I was curious who made that final decision. The other thing I wanted to say is I want to follow up on the comments I made earlier about the possible project at the depot. One of the things that comes to mind is if you go on forward with a project and you have third-party lenders that encumber the project with mortgages, it becomes problematic to maybe, if the thing doesn't work out, to get that property back. You're going to have to deal with a bankruptcy, and then probably the property will go to the parties that lent the money as a collateral. I don't know how that works out, but that was my question. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. The simple report on the lawsuit is that we lost. It's that simple, which I think everybody who is a consumer of media in Gainesville is probably aware of. Second item is the charter of the city of Gainesville, after House Bill 1645 passed and was signed by the governor, directed the mayor to sign or to swear in the members of the authority as designated by the governor. And I followed the charter very specifically. That is the process, period. It didn't say I could swear them in if I felt like it, or that I should talk to some other folks about it. It said I should swear them in. I took an oath to follow the charter of the city of Gainesville, and that's what I did. As far as property law, we will include a reverter clause in contract language, and those are very common. They're not legal gray areas that will be included in any contract that I am willing to support. Who's next?
Johnny Law.
Welcome.
Hello, ad hoc. I am sovereign despot. And as absolute and ruler and authoritarian authority, as for like the public coming up with who has the right to swear who in and who has the right to handle what under what jurisdictions or levels, their mind frames are not even at the level to come up with a reason or a decision for anything that goes on with any authoritarian, constituents, Congress, Parliament, or anything like that. Their mind frame levels are still stuck on trying to screw each other over, screw each other's neighbors over, and everything else. And then every time I ask them something about government, they is on a page of screw you. Okay, as global ruler, I was saying to Israel, you need to stand down, no longer continue to cause wars throughout the globe. And like Biden told you about the Gaza Strip, I gave that to Palestine, not for you to go and try to take it again when you do not even want the Gaza Strip. You would just rather destroy it and have it not exist. That's not fair to anyone on the scene. And then you're talking about destroying instead of doing what other global community intelligent communities and kingdoms and nations are doing on the scene. No one's doing this war and destroying, killing and constantly killing anymore on the scene. I comprehend that's the way you're used to dealing with things, but look here, Israel. I will have to shut down the whole state, the whole nation, since you want to just call it a state, Israel, if the continuous warring and stuff continue on. As NATO, I have the right to seize all those warring weapons that you have there, and I don't have to place feet inside Corporation Israel to get it done. As New Israel, I can have things done quickly. Hamas, don't be like Israel attacking back, killing and destroying lives. Apprehend, lock them down, quarantine them off. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
That was our last speaker.
Okay, what's next?
So we have our first business discussion item for the afternoon, 2023-1012, appointments to the Development Review Board and the Historic Preservation Board. With the recommendation, the City Commission discuss the appointments to the Development Review Board and Historic Preservation Board and take appropriate action.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's take up the Development Review Board first. Do we have anyone, you want to tell us who the applicants are, and then we'll ask them to.
Yeah, for the Development Review Board, we have Mark Robinson, who is here, and then I'm unsure if Sebastian Reyna is here. Okay, so both candidates are here.
Very good. Before we start the discussion, if you all would like to come up and have anything to say, that would be this would be a good opportunity.
Hi, good afternoon. Mark Robinson. I didn't come with a prepared statement. I just wanted to come and say thank you for the opportunity. It's been a pleasure to serve this year. The staff and the board, I think, is very professional. We made all our quorums and reviewed everything that came to us, but it's just a pleasure to have the opportunity to be involved and connected and see what's going on with the process.
Very good.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Renner. Commissioner Sacco is very happy with your name. So.
Thank you. Hello, board members. I kind of wanted to just say that one of the reasons that I wanted to be on both of these boards really is for sort of like a thank you to the city for being so nice and so welcoming, because I'm a new student, so it is kind of a sort of gratitude to want to do some public service for the city on behalf of that welcome. I do have a background in urban planning. I have a bachelor's degree in urban design, so I do sort of understand this. I also worked for the city of Boca Raton as an intern, and I did present ones to a planning board, so I do also understand how it works. For the historical board, I did a a lot of work for their board. I updated their entire database. So I had to look through a lot of files, a lot of minutes up all the way back to 1970. So I do understand how the board works, how a board is structured, especially for the Historical Preservation Board. I do understand how it functions and what its requirements are, and how it sort of involves itself with architecture and design in a planning sense to try to preserve some of the history of the city. So I guess that's all. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Sebastian Reyna did apply to both the Historic Preservation and the Development Review Board. These are both considered quasi-judicial or high-priority boards, and so he would only be able to be appointed to one.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Hold on just a second before I go to the lights here. Just wanted to point out that we have two applicants on the Development Review Board. We have two applicants and two positions available. So, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to both applicants. I will actually, if you give me 2 seconds, Mr. Robinson, other than being a current member who is reapplying, also saved my first law school exam when my computer blew up. He remembers this. I was trying on his floor in his office. My computer exploded and erased all of my stuff. Yeah, that was a fun time. So he is a wonderful human being of great character. And I'm glad that he is reapplying. And Mr. Reyna, thank you very much for applying. Welcome to the city. And I'd be happy to move for
Let's hear public comment first. I don't imagine there is any, but...
No, there's no, but we have another applicant for the next board, but.
Right.
Do you want to do them together or just the one?
Let's do this one first. Then.
Yeah?
Go ahead.
I'd like to move both of them for both full terms.
All right. Is there a second? All right. We have a motion and a second to appoint Mr. Robinson and Mr. Reyna to the two available terms for the Development Review Board. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Congratulations. Both of you welcome.
Yeah. So with that, we only have one candidate for the Historic Preservation Board, Bridget Murphy.
All right, Ms. Murphy, would you like to come up and talk for a moment?
So I did write something, but it's brief, just so I can sort of get my thoughts out.
Take your time.
Hi, I am Bridget Murphy. I am a current Master's of Urban and Regional Planning student at the University of Florida, and I've been living in Gainesville for the past 6 years. 2 years ago, I joined the Historic Preservation Board as their student seat. And since then, the board has completely just made me fall in love with everything historic preservation, the Gainesville community, the events they hold, and the passions that they have sort of been passed on to me. So I'm going to school to be an urban planner, but I'm finding myself taking more and more preservation classes. I participated in the Summer Preservation Plan program that UF has, and I'm even focusing my thesis now on resilient strategies of historic structures in areas that flood. So historic preservation has really become a big part of my life. I've thoroughly enjoyed getting to learn from the board and getting involved. And so now I am applying for an actual member seat, not just the student seat. So I would love to be able to put into practice what I've been learning these past 2 years and be a full member. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Move the appointment of Bridget Murphy.
Second.
To the Historic Preservation Board.
All right, we have a motion and a second to appoint Ms. Murphy, who is the only eligible applicant at this point, to the single term available. So, Commissioner Willits.
Mr. Mayor, can I just get confirmation on the term? Our top voting sheet says expiring June 1st, 2023, but that's...
Yeah, it's not 23.
This is a term from now until June...
I apologize. I think let's double check. We need to double check on it.
Did the term end?
Yes, it ended. So I think this is a 3-year term, so it would be till 2026. Okay. So that must have been a typo. That was when the term originally ended, and so this would be the beginning of the term, and it would go for 3 years. But I would like to double check to make sure that I'm correct on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
It will just take a moment. But.
Thank you, Commissioner. And if you want to just send us an email on that to make it clear.
Yes.
Yeah. Done. Very good. All right, I see no further lights, and just to be clear, we don't have public comment on this?
We do not.
Okay. All right, all in favor of appointing Ms. Murphy to the single available seat, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you for your participation. And that is how a smooth board appointment process works.
That is so wonderful. It's
Like it when the math adds up.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we are on to our resolutions for the afternoon. 2023 Hurricane Idalia grants. The City Commission adopt the resolution which authorizes the city manager or designee to execute and enter into agreements, grant applications, and any other necessary documents with the Florida Division of Emergency Management for public assistance and public assistance related to Hurricane Idalia, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Madam Manager, did anybody have any presentation at all on this?
We have Mr. Tuzolino here from the Finance Department. If the commission wishes to hear some more information, he's available.
Does anybody need any more information about this, or? Okay, I see no lights. So does someone want to make a motion? Actually, hold on. Do we have any public comment on this?
We have not had anyone sign up for public comment.
Okay. Commissioner Book.
I move the staff recommendation for 2023-993.
All right, we have a motion and a second for the staff recommendation. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Does this need to be a roll call vote?
It does. You are absolutely correct. I was testing you.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco? Oh, absent. Commissioner Book?
Still aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Willits?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes 6-1 with Commissioner Sacco absent.
All right, we are on to our ordinances for first reading. We have ordinance number 2023-278, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, annexing approximately 2.296 acres of privately owned property generally located on northwest corner of the intersection of Southwest 13th Street and Southwest Williston Road, as more specifically described in this ordinance as petitioned by the property owners pursuant to Chapter 171 Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for inclusion of the property in Appendix 1 of the city charter, providing for land use plan, zoning, and subdivision regulations and enforcement of same, providing for persons engaged in any occupation, business, trade, or profession, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Jason Simmons with the Department of Sustainable Development. We have a piece of property down here on Southwest 13th Street. This is a view of the property to the right, looking south down 13th Street, and then you see the vacant property with the trees here with the star. It's just north of it is the Fresh Laundromat and Cafe, and then to the south is a convenience store and gas station right on the corner of 13th and Southwest Williston Road. And again, a map showing the subject property. It's right across the street from the UF Shands, the Center for Rehabilitation, alcohol rehabilitation and that sort of thing. Here's Williston Road. Here's the aerials showing the subject property and the surrounding development. It's about a little over 2.2 acres in size. Again, located generally on the northwest corner of the intersection of 13th Street and Southwest Williston Road. About 2.26 acres in size. Currently, it has Alachua County land use designation of commercial. The Alachua County zoning designation is BR, which is business and retail sales and service. And in the urban services report, which is in your backup, there are certain city services which are available to the property. If this is annexed and added into the city, it would be in Commission District 3. The nearest Gainesville Fire Rescue Station is Station 2. The
Gainesville Police Department patrol zone, Oscar would be the patrol zone for the property. RTS bus route number 13 already runs down Southwest 13th Street. And electric, water, and wastewater and gas service utilities are available to the property. So with that, staff recommends approval of this voluntary annexation because it meets the legal requirements in that it is contiguous to city limits. It's, again, right across the street from the Shands facility. It's reasonably compact, and it does not create an enclave. Today is the first reading of the annexation ordinance. If this goes through, the second reading of the ordinance would be November 2nd, and if it passes then, it would become effective on that day, November 2nd. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. I don't know if anybody from the applicants are here, but
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Simmons.
Answering the questions you might have.
Okay. Any lights? Commissioner Eastman?
Yes, so this currently has, you said, county commercial zoning. Since
Land use.
Land use, commercial land use. And then I guess we would, what is the next, so we would annex this in, would we keep, what are the next steps in terms of selecting the zoning on this, or do we keep that commercial land use, or?
Well, we would apply City of Gainesville land use and zoning designations onto the property. We haven't discussed that with the property owners, but it would likely be urban 7 as far as the zoning. I forget what the appropriate land use is, but the recently annexed properties located up here and over here, which have all been done within the last year and a half or 2 years, have been designated urban 7. So we would have to apply a city land use and zoning designation onto the property. And so I think to be consistent, it would likely be urban 7 and the appropriate land use designation.
All right. And then with the urban 7 and with the transects, they would then have to put sidewalks and do all of the things that we have under the transect structures.
They would have to meet the land development code requirements for whatever development proposal they might propose.
Yeah.
We haven't heard anything about any proposals at this time.
All right. There's just to point out to everyone, Meridian's just there to the south, and so there's a lot of people that walk this area because and then there's some higher density apartments and things up to the north there, and it's just there's not really very good contiguous sidewalks along that section, and so it's I don't know what the county's sidewalk regulations are, but it'd be nice to continue to upgrade those over time because it doesn't feel particularly safe walking in that particular area. But I'm in favor of it. It makes a lot of sense to have that in the city. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have the same concerns about the current sidewalks, and so if this was brought into the city, we would now have a third section that is in the city on the west side of Southwest 13th that it doesn't completely connect all the way down to the corner of Williston. Though it's also a state road, so we have this issue going forward. If we bring this into the city, I'm interested in how we can become a better advocate for a continuous sidewalk or multi-use path even on that west side, because I don't know if you've ever been down there, but people walk in the bike lane to get places because there's apartments, there's some kind of short-term housing in the old, I think it's called Stayable Select now Hotel. Anyways, I offer all this because I would love that we push a little stronger this to the state and work with the county as well, what their thoughts and plans are, because it's an area that has a very decent amount of pedestrian traffic, and it's not safe at all. I theoretically thought about walking down there from my home, which is just north of this map. I needed to use the laundromat because I had some work done, and I need to go to laundromat. And I thought to myself, well, if I had a little cart, could I walk there? And I said, no, I can't. There's just nothing on that side. So I'm interested in the future how we look at that, but it does look a little odd on our map, but someday maybe all of that will be in the city. But we should work before then to connect the sidewalks there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you,
Mr. Willett?
Mr. Mayor, I would point out that the realtor for the applicants is, I think, working very hard trying to talk to all the owners on that side because he has the same idea that the whole western strip should be in the city. So, so he's working on it.
Very good. So I don't think we have the applicant here. I'm fairly certain of that. Is there any indication that we do?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Do we have any public comment on this? Okay. Does anyone like to make a motion? Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, I move ordinance number 2023-278 on first reading.
We have a motion and a second to approve this on first reading by title only. I see no further lights. So well, this is roll call. So let's do that.
Commissioner Buck? Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut? Aye. Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
All right, we are going back to the item that was pulled from the consent. Hold on a second. We are going to item 2023-954, approval of amended employment agreement for the city manager, with the recommendation the city commission approve the amended employment agreement for the city manager.
Commissioner Duncan Walker, you had some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to take just a few minutes to ask a couple of questions. I mean, clearly, it is no secret that we're in a very challenging time, and I needed some clarity and was also hoping to provide a level of clarity for the individuals that I have to respond to, being my constituents and the people of Gainesville. So, Madam Curry, I have a few questions, okay? If you don't mind, just to take us back, give us a little bit of context. What was your salary as interim manager?
Approximately 260,000.
260, okay, all right. And when we made you permanent, that went up to 299, was it?
That's correct.
Okay. And so now in this particular item, you are proposing a 5% reduction?
A $15,000 reduction approximately to 284,000.
Gotcha, that would bring you to the 284 and 50. Okay. If we are looking at this from a zero-based budgeting perspective, this is the number that we end up with?
I'm not sure what you mean by looking at it from a zero-based budget perspective. When I was the interim city manager, the commission set that salary with me obviously having input. When I was made permanent city manager, working with the mayor, who was directed by this commission to negotiate with each of the charters who were in the position of being made permanent. That was the salary that was agreed to and that was approved by this commission.
Mm-hmm.
I voluntarily placed this item on the agenda today. I voluntarily put the salary reduction in play because as city manager, knowing what the city is facing and understanding that we would ultimately have to eliminate the positions that we eliminated as the manager, I wanted to take the lead and show that I too would participate in that process. This 5% was my decision, and it is the reason that it is on the agenda. So I didn't approach it from a zero-based budget perspective at all.
Okay, okay. If asked, would you consider a larger decrease?
No, ma'am, I would not.
All right, and I appreciate your candor. I conclude.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that with the 5% reduction, I had not figured that up. I had no idea it was $15,000. Now, you are not retirement age, but I need to let you know that all of this will impact your final salary.
I am in fact in retirement.
But it will have an impact. And I wanted to speak against it because I really don't. I think it was fine for 1 year, but I think if you're going to continue this practice.
No, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. Because that is not something that I support. I don't support that at all. $15,000 is a lot. Now, you took it last year, so now we're,
If I'm shaking my head, which I don't want to do because I'm saying, no, I didn't take it last year. This is the first time that this occurred, and it occurred because of the budget scenario that the city faced.
okay, so I thought we had a recommendation when we were going, maybe it was the recommendation when we were going through the budgetary process.
There was no recommendation or directive from the commission for any.
But from you.
I did make this recommendation. I did say that I would do this during the budget process. And because we are in the new fiscal year, which started October 1, I decided that I needed to work with HR and of course have it reviewed by the attorney to have my contract amended and bring it before the board today.
Okay. All right. Well, as a commissioner, I want to thank you for doing that. I think it is not necessary. It is a service to the citizens, but it is also, in the long run, a disservice to you as you get ready to approach retirement.
I do not disagree, but again, in a leadership role, understanding the position that many of our employees took, and many of them actually lost their jobs, I felt that it was the right thing to do. And so yes, from a selfish point of view, it did hurt. But from the bigger picture point of view, I was in the position to do it, and I did it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Eastman.
Madam Manager, I just wanted to thank you for, for stepping up to the plate. I hadn't thought about the retirement portion of that, but of course that makes a huge difference in terms of your quality of life as we go forward. And everyone's, of course, trying to get up to that, top level as they reach the end of their pension time period. And so I hadn't thought about that large of an impact. But we've been going through so much. I know you've been going through so much, working long hours. I get calls from you first thing in the morning, and you'll talk to me till 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night whenever we need you. You've been putting in the time and putting in the hours. I know it's been hard on you. It's been hard on our employees. So I just wanted to thank you for stepping up to the plate on this. And, I don't want to make a motion to accept it, but I think I appreciate you coming forward with it. And so I'm comfortable moving forward with it and just, thanking you and thanking really our employees across the board at the city of Gainesville for all of the time and effort and sacrifices that you've made to keep our city moving forward. And I appreciate you putting your part into that as well, Madam Manager.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mayor, if I might just add, so I took a look at salaries across the state of Florida. The salary that I am currently at, $284,050, is in the middle of the range. City of Miami, $380,792. The city of Coral Springs, $357,311. And I'm only saying this because it puts it in perspective, not that I should be at these levels. The city of Hollywood, $352,160. Pembroke Pines, $350,180. Pompano Beach, $345,758. Miami Beach, of course, a different population in a lot of these instances, but some of them are comparable. Miami Beach, $336,192. City of Sunrise, $334,000. Jacksonville, $322,000. Boca Raton, $303,000. Tallahassee, $295,767. Orlando, $284,336. Gainesville, my salary, $284,050. Even if I had stayed at $299, I would still be in the middle of the range. And the salaries go on.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Manager, can you confirm, in budgeting for your office, the budget we passed, though, did that include the 5% reduction?
Yes, it did.
Okay, I want to make sure that was my understanding. I want to make sure I was. And so at this point, it becomes just because we put it in the budget, you have a contract out there that is, I don't want to say outside of the budget, but it is a separate document than the budget.
Yes.
As opposed to a lot of the other positions, which are really well laid out.
And the contract has to be approved by this commission, which is why I brought it back.
Right. So that makes sense in the timeline. Some would say that there's an argument that though our city budget and particularly general government budget did not technically go down this year, but we have far fewer employees now. We are a smaller city. in this coming year, in 2024, as opposed to 2023, correct?
That is correct.
We are in essence a smaller city government to some degree. So I also appreciate this as a form of leadership of going out there. And when I think about people who did lose, people who are in their own retirement planning, getting their years, we let go of people who had that. And so it is significant both for you, but the same way that $15,000 is also significant for everything else we do in the city. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I realize this is a sensitive subject, but I felt duty bound and still will always feel duty bound when we're talking about things like this, especially now. One of the things that has struck me and one of the things that I have been fielding questions and concerns around are the morale of the team here. And we have had to let go of a lot of people, and of course know that is not easy. The timing never would have been right. Never would have been right. One of the first things I thought about was, wow, we're right here at Christmas, and we're having to make these very tough decisions. But those people too were right at retirement. Some of them, they just won't get it. At the end of the day, I'm also recalling Tony Cunningham, who didn't take an increase. So while we're passing out accolades, I don't think we should forget that. I don't want to belabor this point because I don't think we have to. I've been very clear, first in my support for charters across the board. So this isn't a matter of me not supporting charters or the work that is done, but this is a matter of me asking questions that I feel like we have to ask in response to JLAC and what we're facing, and in response to individuals who want answers to how we are making the decisions that we're making. So I'm grateful that we've been able to give a little bit of insight, but I'll always come to the table this way, because that's just.
I'm okay with that. I appreciate it. I'm always straight as well.
Absolutely. So I'll leave it there because we got a definitive answer from you, and I think that's heard. So I conclude.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to say thank you, Madam Manager, for putting this reduction on the table. I do think that our executive salaries at the executive leadership level are too high. That's my opinion. But I understand we're also bound by contracts. And I think that our market average salaries for our frontline operators are too low, and we know that. And yet we're going to have real difficulty addressing that over the next, well, probably the extent of our tenure, actually, for those of us who were just elected this year, and that's unfortunate. So I only say that to say I very much appreciate it, and I know it's a voluntary thing, and thank you for that.
You're welcome. And if I might add, the salaries are set by this commission. We don't set our own salaries.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, I believe Tony Cunningham's salary was and is $303,000. So yes, I'm very happy that he did not want more, but $303,000 was quite sufficient.
It was his choice, though. He could have come back.
Well, perhaps his board will deal with 303.
They may.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And I want to add this too.
Sure, go
because
ahead.
One of the things that I think we do here on this dais is we give a lot of deference to you, Mr. Mayor. When you go in and you negotiate these salaries, very rarely have you heard anything from any of us. And to be honest with you, that is the time to have those conversations. But we have been very gracious, I think, in not really contesting those at that point. So to the idea that we approve the salaries, that's right, but we do it because we authorize the mayor to go into these meetings and do that, and we come back and we just don't have anything to say. I think as we go forward, I mean, perhaps we are more critical in our own processes. I don't know how we are all going to walk away from this experience that is JLAC in our lives. There will surely be some sort of response internally as professionals and as commissioners, probably on all of our behalves. But I think that that's been something that we have just done historically. And I'm not sure how that may shift or change in the future, but perhaps conversation moving forward is necessary to keep us from coming to these points. If there is a desire of a commissioner or the commission, obviously as a whole, to reconsider things in the future, then certainly we need to be mindful about how we approach that and to make sure that we do that. But we've been very amenable, I believe, and we've been very considerate of the things that the mayor has negotiated. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me point out that we've had a lot of discussion about salaries this year, more so than happened in past years. So I appreciate your perspective that perhaps everyone has been deferential. That has not been my experience, but okay. I am appreciative whenever a leader stands up and says, I need to lead by example. That's always a good thing. Always a good thing. I also heard the salaries of city managers in much smaller communities. Nearly every one of the cities that the manager listed, many of them are smaller. Many of them are about the same size. Certainly a couple are larger. Maybe three, I think, were significantly larger. Most of them were smaller or the similar sized, with much larger salaries. I think 303, by the way, is incorrect. I think it's 307. Yeah, but regardless, that is not a salary that we have that this board has anything to do with at this point.
At this point. Mm-hmm.
I'm entirely not sure where we're going, but anybody certainly has the opportunity to make motions as they see fit, both on this topic and as we move into member comment in a moment. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this? We do not. All right, does anyone choose to make a motion? Commissioner Eastman.
I move the City Commission approve the amended employment agreement for the city manager.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to second, and we have another line. Commissioner Willetts. Okay. All right, anyone else? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
All right. Madam Clerk.
We have member comment.
As we move into member comment, I want to point out that the City of Gainesville recently won a national award for our website. Our Parks and Recreation and Cultural Affairs Department recently had a 100% score on our reaccreditation. As you heard earlier, we are also accredited at Gainesville Fire Rescue nationally. And next year, I believe, we'll go into reaccreditation process there. We are nationally accredited at Gainesville Police Department, and we are nationally accredited at our Public Works Department. We have a lot to be proud of in this community, and I hope that we will occasionally remember that. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question that I'm hoping staff can help me with. I was taking a tour yesterday of District 1 with someone and saw something that some of my constituents had asked me about, and I wonder if staff could answer a question about this house that is on the corner of Southeast 22nd Avenue and 15th Street. It is on casters. It has been moved there and wasn't there a couple of weeks ago. So community members are concerned and have a lot of questions about why the house is there. If anyone can speak to that?
Mr. Mayor, if I might respond, I clearly am not aware of the incident or the situation that the commissioner is referring to, but we will happily go back. I'm sure Mr. Persons has taken note as well, and we will get feedback and provide it to you, Commissioner.
Perfect. I can give you this picture as well that might help you. I conclude.
Commissioner Book.
I just feel like we'll take time today and we'll save time this evening. One kudos. I did not know there was such a thing as Florida City Government Week. That is this week. And so our city of Gainesville and staff had put together some activities that were very meaningful for many of our fifth graders. Mr. Mayor, you were there, and the Madam Manager were there. What I wanted to say was that, and I hope I have this right, our events coordinator under the public information arm, right? Amanda Powers put together just an incredible presentation and enriching experience for fifth graders from across. It looked like it was just about every Alachua County public school, but there were a lot of them with parents, and they had a bus tour. Mr. Mayor, you may want to comment on that. I didn't know if our communications director wanted to tell us just perhaps a minute about what their agenda was, but it was outstanding, and I think it really represented us as a city well, because we're preparing young leaders to be future leaders. And I felt like it was a really outstanding particular series of events. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. It really was a really pleasant experience yesterday morning. Lots of eager young folks from across the community. It was the Citizen of the Month from all the city, or most of the city schools, the fifth grade Citizen of the Month for October, and several of them were here with family, and several teachers were here with them as well. They all got to take a picture up here with a gavel, and some of them were very timid, and some of them were waving it around. So it was a pleasant experience. They all had good questions, and I enjoyed meeting those young folks.
It appeared to me that there were actually several staff involved, and obviously that's the case because there were many around and involved. Three of our charters were here also, but there is always somebody who's the tip of the spear, and that appeared to be the events coordinator, at least for that particular event. So I think it was very valuable for us as a city to do that and participate in that particular Florida. It is Florida City Government Week. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for recognizing the departments for the 2 awards. I was wondering if we could present proclamations to the department chairs so that they can post something in their office for people to see our appreciation at some point. If we could make an award or present them with a proclamation.
I think that would be a very good thing to do, yes.
Thank you.
So if we could, if the appropriate departments could kind of take note and give me some language, we will get that done. Commissioner Willits.
Mr. Mayor, just so we do in the afternoon as opposed to the evening, 2 quick announcements for people in the community to come and join. Friends of the Library book sale starts this Saturday, which is just a blast. It clogs up the traffic on North Main, but I believe it's the county sheriff who help manage that. But it's a great time. It'll be available for several days. But also Saturday is when the Gainesville and the local community celebrates Pride, and it is right here in Bodilly Plaza, 12 to 8. There's all kinds of stuff. There's food truck and music and live entertainment and all kinds of great stuff. So I invite the community out with cooperation with Parks, Rec, and Cultural Affairs. And other organizations in our community it is put on. So it's a blast, and I invite everyone to come out there. I will be out there at some point, as long as it's not too hot. I hear we may have some heat coming. And then the last thing I just wanted to talk about and offer, I hope my fellow commissioners, well, I got 2 things actually, sorry, 2 more things. One is that there's been some recent news in housing and real estate that the expansion of particularly apartments in 2023 across the nation, particularly in regions that had a real constraint, that the new apartments have brought down rent prices in Class B properties, which are the older, there's 20-year-old apartments, right? Not the brand new, 5 years old, brand new. And so there's been, in the course of the past year or past 2 years, some arguments, discussion about what causes property values to go up, down, sideways. And there's new evidence that what's being experienced in places where supply of units increased 5 or 10% in a year, that the prices are actually going down. And so I challenge us to keep abreast of that kind of knowledge when these kind of real experiments happen. This was because there's a huge demand for housing in so many communities, and the market has, to some degree, responded to that. And then, what is happening, what we see happening, and not wait for some real estate crash to go, oh, now things are cheap, and we forget some of the things that help control the price of housing, and that it is between classes where when you build brand new apartments, which is that it can have an effect on other types of housing. Particularly, this is the apartment news has been coming out recently. I don't know if it was because it was at the end of a quarter or whatnot. So I invite y'all to read about that and learn about that. And the last thing I wanted to comment about, and I don't know if this will be in other comments, I don't think we should go without talking about, even though this is just the city of Gainesville, we're small in comparison to the whole world, but the violence in Palestine and Israel is something that a lot of our community is talking about and feeling. It is something that is difficult because we didn't start it, and it goes back more than 75 years. It goes back more than 150 years. But innocent civilians died in Israel. They were attacked violently, a terrorist attack out of the blue. And the response from Israel has definitely had lots of civilians who are innocent die as well. And so that amount of death that is felt by people in our community. So I at least want to say to the Gainesville's community that I pray for peace, I hope for peace, and calm heads, and real fairness in looking at it. But I think one of the challenges, even to me, is that in the fog of war, information gets real sloppy. We saw that in the past 2 days, even in 48 hours time. And it reminds me, not just in the fog of war, but also right here in Gainesville, sometimes we don't have all the information, and it's important to have it and to be judicious and not act capriciously. So I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. I think it's going to be more and more conversation in our community, but people are feeling it. And so I just wanted to say something about it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. I would encourage folks to reach out and talk to not only folks in the community, but very specifically to faith leaders. When I've had the opportunity to reach out to faith leaders, they certainly have been very appreciative to hear support from elected leaders, and I would strongly encourage that. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also wanted to ask the manager about the Porter's Quarters Community Center. What are the hours, Ms. Curry?
I really don't know, Mr. Persons. Would you might be able to add that? I did hear there was some concern when you visited the Porter Center, and so I'm aware of the situation, but maybe Mr. Persons can tell you what the hours are. And I can also respond that in the specific situation that you were involved in, they should have allowed you to do what you needed to do.
But I wasn't even going to go there yet. I wasn't going to go. I actually had another question, but thank you for that. I do appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor, I believe that the community center is open when there's scheduled programs or events. It's not necessarily just open from 8 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon.
Okay, so it's not open daily anymore?
Correct.
Okay. When it is opened, okay, yeah, you're just, So scheduled events and when, Andrew?
It's scheduled events, so if there's any programming, like regular programming, if there's a scheduled, maybe a community event, it's opened. And then if there's any sort of after-school type of programming, then it's open there.
Okay. All right, I was actually going to ask, because I noticed that staff was there a little bit ahead of the time. I guess something was going to be happening.
I think it was after school.
So when is the after-school program?
That I don't know off the top of my head. But I
Okay.
can find out.
If you could just get that
Sure.
to me. I guess what my question really is there any leeway in the time that staff is there when there is no one else in the building and say after school starts, that the community can access the programs or the computers, or there can be some usage, because that is what I'm being asked.
If I might intervene, Andrew, I'd like to work with the director and put your concerns in play and then provide some feedback in a way that's a little bit more thoughtful than Mr. Persons responded.
Thank you very much. And I know it's putting you on the spot, but if we can, because we know that we hear from that community a lot, the accessibility of that center has been something of great concern for a while now. So if we could, and even Madam Curry, if we could expand that, I know that we're dealing with some staffing issues, but to the extent that we're able, I would love to have a conversation about all of the facilities and what the hours are, and if there is a way to allow for any nonprofits or any organizations to be able to make use of the spaces when those spaces are dead, if you will, or nothing is happening in them. Okay? Thank you. I conclude.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. I just wanted to leap off of what Commissioner Willis was saying before. If you don't have plans for this weekend, I say this is going to be one of the most Gainesville-y weekends that I could imagine coming over the rest of the year. There's, obviously the Pride Festival, as Commissioner Willis pointed out. You have Friends of the Library sale, which is probably the best library sale in the state, because with all the professors and all the books, and us being such an educational community, it's an incredible book sale. Tom Petty Weekend is happening. Right, you can go to Tom Petty. We can go right across the street to the Cade Museum's great new wildflowers exhibit that highlights Tom Petty's as he was creating that album in the early '90s. You have the Gainesville Cycling Festival, the fall plant sale over in Kannapaha. There's just a lot of stuff. It should be in the mid to late 70s. So just to remind yourself why it is that you move here. It's a very nice time after the hot summer to remind yourself, like, oh wow, like this is the Gainesville that I love moving to, and this is the Gainesville that I love living in, and this is going to be one of those weekends. And so encourage everyone to do as much as you can over that time period. I did want to bring up we talked about unsolicited proposals. I wasn't aware that had sunsetted, and I'd like us to talk about that at a future GPC meeting if possible. I know I don't like the idea of us not having some kind of a process for if someone comes to us. I think the last process worked well, but if there are tweaks we would like to make to it, I just think that's something that we need to discuss. I wouldn't want there to just be, like I said, sort of a blank slate. We're not sure what to do with unsolicited proposals at that point. I don't know if that needs to be a motion or if we're comfortable just putting that on a future GPC meeting.
If there's no disagreement on it, we'll just put it on future GPC.
Great. And then, and that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. This evening, everybody, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance led by the East Side Junior Officer Training Program, Navy Junior Officer Training Program. They have been here before, and they always do a wonderful job. We will start exactly at 5:30 because we're in a bit of a time crunch. We will have recognition of Chief Tony Jones' long record of service to the city of Gainesville this evening. We have a couple of other recognitions, and we will have an opportunity to accept a resolution designating Dylan Roberts Memorial Crosswalk on East University and dual naming of Northeast and Southeast 26 Terrace as Dylan Roberts Road. I hope you all will be able to join us for that. And then we also have the Tree Advisory annual report, and we'll have a truncated evening this evening. So I see no further lights. I will see y'all at 5:30 sharp. Thank you all for being here with us this evening. We have a great deal to celebrate, lots of different things, and I'm so glad that you all are here to celebrate with us. We will start by inviting the Eastside High School NJROTC program to come in and lead the Pledge of Allegiance for us. If you all would hop up.
Howard! March! Our time, march! Colors! Hope! Reason, colors!
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
March! Colors!
We're going to hesitate for about 30 seconds. You want to take their picture?
And go Rams.
Good job, you guys.
Thank you all very much. Much appreciated.
Colors! Colors heard! March! Angle! Port!
All right. Please have a seat, everyone. I'm going to ask City Manager to join me down at the lectern. I will say I have known Chief Tony Jones for quite a long time, and I've had the pleasure to work with him professionally since 2017. And I cannot express how much I've been able to learn from Chief Jones, and what a good counselor he has been to me as a commissioner and as mayor. And a lot of people have a lot of things to say, I know, and we have a video to go to, but I'm going to take this opportunity to thank you, Chief Jones, for all the great guidance and for your love and care for this community as a worker at the City of Gainesville for 48 years. So let's do the first round of applause.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to say 2 years ago, I came to the city, and one of the first people that I set my sights on was Chief Jones, because I knew that he had the depth and he had the breadth of what was happening in this community. I don't know of anyone who knows the city of Gainesville and the communities and neighborhoods in this city as well as Chief Jones. He counseled me, he advised me, he served as my first chief operating officer, which was a tremendous support to me. I want to say thank you, Chief Jones. You led us through the highs and lows of Reichert House, but you led this community through Reichert House for more than 30 years. And for that, I appreciate all that you've done and all the young people that you've had the opportunity to touch and change the paths of their lives. I know that you're going to continue to do that, and so we look forward to that, but I just wanted to say thank you. And on behalf of the executive office on the 4th floor, thank you for your counsel and your leadership. And I know that I'll continue to work with you in the days to come. The video that we're going to have the opportunity to see in a few moments will talk about, you will hear people talk about what you mean to them, what you've been able to contribute to this community, and how much they love you.
I want to thank Tony for all that he's done for not just the department, but for the community of Gainesville. He'll be sorely missed, but I know Tony, and Tony's not going too far away. He still is going to be helping us out with the children in the community, and we appreciate his efforts and look forward to working with him in the future. So thank you. Bye, Dad.
Words just can't describe enough the impact that you've had in our community. And I am honored that you serve on our board of directors. I'm honored to work with you day in and day out. And you know I'm not going to let you go without saying, roll tide.
Tony, well, the day has come. And on behalf of Santa Fe and myself, I just want to thank you for your leadership. You've been instrumental in this community. And on behalf of Santa Fe, you've done amazing things. You've worked to get cadets into our program. You've provided your expertise and guidance on our curriculum. And you've helped us develop future police officers. And for that, I say thank you.
This is a bittersweet moment for us. You're leaving the position as chief of police. However, we will never stop calling you our chief. Thank you for all the many years, the 48 years that you have devoted to the citizens of Gainesville and our community.
Well, Chief Jones, 48 years of honorable service to the citizens of Gainesville and Alachua County. That is absolutely an amazing feat. Your impact around this community is widespread. You know, things like the Black on Black Crime Task Force, Reichert House, and so many others that we can state here today. It's just been a tremendous impact on young people all across the city of Gainesville and throughout Alachua County and far beyond, as many of these young people have obviously gone to other communities and had an impactful relationship there because of what they have learned and got to experience under your tutelages. Obviously, and you haven't totally retired. Obviously, you're still involved with the state attorney's office. We're looking for continued great things in that endeavor. But you know, we just can't honor you enough what you've done and the impact that you've had in this community.
Chief Tony Jones, hello again. Thank you for the many years of service that you have provided to this community. Thank you for always being a friend. Thank you for always setting me up for different initiatives. Thank you for all that you have done for so many of us over your years of service.
As a child of Gainesville, as someone who came up literally from the explorers and all the way through the ranks at our police department, you know more probably about our city and have done more for our city than perhaps anyone else who has been through the front door of City Hall. So thank you for all of that.
I thank you for all your sacrifices that you had away from your family, for all of your dedication to the agency, to the employees, to the citizens of Gainesville, and to us as members of your family at the Gainesville Police Department.
Congratulations, Chief Jones, on a successful career and a well-earned retirement. We initially met as young fellows on the campus of Eastside High School, and I'm proud of the path that you've taken and all of the things that you have accomplished. You've been a leader in upholding the law and order in our community, and you've modeled what it looks like to be a servant leader. You've been a friend and a supporter of the Church of God by Faith family, and you were especially a great support to my father, Bishop James McKnight Sr., who was also your barber as a boy. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the standard of decency which you have upheld. And most of all, thank you for your friendship and service to our community. May your retirement be filled with good health, relaxation, and all of the things that you love to do. The Lord bless you. The Lord keep you. The Lord make his face to shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. That's my prayer for you. God bless you.
I want to thank you for your career and dedication to the poor and at risk in our community that don't have a say and don't have a vote, and you have treated them like people too. Thank you very much.
Greetings, my good dear friend, Chief Jones.
On behalf of the Martin Luther King Commission, the Loan Foundation, and your church family at Showers of Blessing Harvest Center, we want to congratulate you on your retirement. We thank you for your many years of dedicated public service for the citizens of Gainesville. Also, we wish you much success and the best in your retirement.
You always had a smile on your face. Your attitude always really uplifted all of us. And you're a local treasure to this city, and you're a treasure to this country in terms of some of the stuff that you've done. I just want you to enjoy your retirement. Go get that farm like you said, and I'll see you soon. Thank you, Chief.
I want to thank you for all that you've shown me and how it is to become part of the community. I've never met somebody that put so much energy into the community and the feeling for other people above themselves.
Chief Jones, thank you very much. You've been a great inspiration in my life. You've changed me over the years. We did meet in a very unique situation. You extended your hand. I said some choice words, and you extended your hand again. Thank you for that second extension of your hand. It worked out.
Thank you for really giving me lots of very important information that I truly will take from this point forward. That gives me a really good perspective, and it helps me do what I came here to do, which is help us get better. So I appreciate you. Good luck, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you for caring about the kids in our community and for using your energy for good and positive things for the city of Gainesville. Enjoy your retirement, and we're going to miss you dearly.
It was always about service over self for you. And you had a vision. You wanted to give, especially our young people, an opportunity that they might not otherwise have. And you put everything you had into that. You created a new, a better, a stronger force. And because of that, we have a better, stronger city.
Chief Jones, it's been 20 years working alongside with you and all of your creations in our community, your programs, your initiatives that you've put forward to help our community. And just want to say thank you. It's been an honor to learn, been an honor to just sit back and watch the work that you've done in our community. And so just very grateful for the opportunity. I wish you well in your future endeavors. And it takes a special person to stick around for over 40 years, dedicating their life and their service and their passion and commitment to their community. So again, thank you. And I hope all goes well with you in the future.
You have earned your retirement. You've been a wonderful servant for the city. And may God bless you as you now go forward into what I know will be a wonderful future.
Hey, Chief Jones, Tony Jones, Captain Jones, Officer Jones, all those titles you've had over the past 48 years. Thank you for being a part of my life. Since 1986, you have been an influencer. I thank God for your presence. I look forward for you coming to work for me now. You're no longer my boss, I'm your boss. So we have to get those things very clear and straight from the get-go. All assignments will come from me and not you. My emails, your emails are totally different now. I'm the sender, you're the receiver. So we do appreciate that. So if we get those rules straight, we'll all be okay. Thank you.
It's enormous, all of the positives. I could talk to you all night about him. I know you've heard a lot, and I'm sure my friends will help as well. So all I can say is you'll always be chief to us. We'll always love you, and we'll always support you. Whatever projects you're doing, call me. I got a bunch of people behind me, and we're going to be behind you. We love you, Chief Tony Jones.
I want to thank our communications folks for putting that together. It was real good, and we'll make sure you have a copy of that available as well. Chief Scott, I think you've got something to do for us here.
So one of the only things that Chief Jones asked for when he took that final walk out the door was a shadow box, something that would hold mementos of the time that he served at GPD. And this was the biggest that we could find If we truly put all the stuff in there, the accolades and things that Tony uses, mementos, it would be a bulletin board, and it'd be too big for me to carry in here. You know, Tony, Chief Jones, has been doing this a long time, and when he and I started working together in the first COP team in 1986, I had a different perspective. And Chief Jones helped temper that. You know, I was more about how many people I can lock up and how quickly I can get back out from the jail. And he asked me questions, what problem are you trying to solve? And it made sense. So I refocused, started concentrating on trying to solve problems. If I made an arrest, it was attached to a problem. I didn't arrest people because they had an open container and it was illegal. I arrested them if they were there causing a disturbance and the public called and said we need some assistance. But I credit Tony with that. And he knew we had a good serious conversation about it. And I appreciate that temperament that he had. The worst thing you could say about Tony is that he's too nice. That's the worst thing I ever heard someone say about Tony. He's too nice. Because he's always trying to do the right thing and be nice to folks. And his passion for the children, his passion for the community, unsurpassed. I didn't think that anyone could outwork me, quite frankly, when I was a young buck. Tony did. We came in on weekends when we were off, or days that we were off, and we did not get paid for it. We came in and volunteered our time to help out in the community. I learned that, quite frankly, from Tony. And because of that, Tony, we want you to think about GPD all the time. I know it's in your blood. And this is just a small memento. I think the city manager is going to come up to help pass this on to you. The mayor. So that you can see this commemorates the time of service. It starts with the Explorer patch, goes up to his police officer, corporal, sergeant, lieutenant, captain. It shows the old patch that GPD used to have for the Explorers, for the police department, and the new patch. This is a copy of everything that happened in the last 48 years. I'm really sad to see Chief Jones leave, because by his leaving, it makes me the oldest person in the police department. So, Tony, Chief Jones. I've been calling Chief Jones for I don't know how long, and Tony. So in between, even though I'm chief, he's still chief to me, so I'm gonna call him chief. But this states here, Chief Tony Jones, in recognition of your 48 years of outstanding service to the Gainesville Police Department, January 6, 1975 to September 30th, 2023. In recognition of his service, I was 2 when he started. So thank you, Chief, for your service.
But wait, there's more. So we wanted to do something extra special, obviously, for Chief Jones. So we created a new tradition specifically for folks who have distinguished themselves as employees, as people who care about the city of Gainesville and work for the city of Gainesville and for this community. So we created the Mayor's Award for Distinguished Public Service, and this is the very first one of these that we'll be awarding. It's for Tony R. Jones, recognizing Chief Tony Jones for 48 years of outstanding, dedicated, and meritorious service to the city and people of Gainesville, October 19th, 2023. and because we don't let anybody get out of the room without a proclamation. We got one of those too. City of Gainesville, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward, proclamation. Whereas Tony R. Jones is a native of Gainesville, Florida, the son of Nathaniel Jones, who for 20 years was an officer and trailblazer for equal rights with the University of Florida Police Department. And whereas Chief Jones graduated from Eastside High School, served as a police explorer, and joined the Gainesville Police Department on October 6, 1975, rising through the ranks to captain and supervising the city's first community-oriented policing teams. That's a theme song, y'all. And whereas Chief Jones was among the founders of the Reichert House Youth Academy, supporting more than 2,200 boys over the course of 36 years as a source of mentorship, support, and care. And whereas Chief Jones served as interim chief of the Gainesville Police Department, then district commander of the South District, where he remained until his first retirement in January of 2004. And whereas Chief Jones returned to the Gainesville Police Department to lead the Community Resource Division before serving as Gainesville Police Chief for 13 years. And whereas in 2013, Chief Jones received from the International Association of Chiefs of Police the Individual Civil Rights Award for civil rights work and guiding young people. And whereas in 2022, Chief Jones was appointed Acting Chief Operating Officer for General Government and served in that capacity until being appointed Special Advisor to the City Manager for Juvenile Justice and Community Support Programs. And whereas Chief Jones has supported the Pine Ridge neighborhood through the Community First Initiative, has served on the boards of the Boys and Girls Clubs and the United Way, and is a member of the Florida Police Chiefs Association, the Black on Black Crime Task Force, and the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives. And whereas Chief Jones served as the Southern Regional Chair of the National Coalition for Juvenile Justice, was appointed by Governor Charlie Crist to the State Advisory Council for the Department of Juvenile Justice, and is an active member of Phi Beta Sigma fraternity. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim October 19th, 2023 as Chief Tony Jones Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in paying special tribute to this quintessential public servant and community leader on the occasion of his retirement, and witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 11th day of October, 2023, Harvey Ward, Mayor. Told y'all it was going to be special. And Chief Jones will be around for the evening, so we stick around and make sure you tell him how you feel. I mean, that's what this is about. So, okay. All right, folks from the community rating system classification for the FEMA award, come on up. All right, City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward, Certificate of Recognition. The City of Gainesville is pleased to announce that Gainesville has received an upgraded community rating system classification from Class 7 to Class 6. Lower is better. Effective October 1st, 2023. The new Class 6 rating may provide property owners and renters in Gainesville reduced flood insurance premiums up to 20%. Resulting in significant savings over time. The CRS program, administered by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, recognizes and rewards communities for their efforts in reducing flood risk and enhancing floodplain management practices. The upgraded Class 6 rating is a testament to Gainesville's continued commitment to building a safer and more resilient community. Also, we have this recognition from FEMA, which reads, City of Gainesville successfully participates in the National Flood Insurance Program Community Rating System. The community has undertaken a series of meaningful activities to protect its citizens from losses caused by flooding and has significantly exceeded the requirements for NFIP participation and effective floodplain management. It's October 1st, 2023, signed David I. Marstead, Assistant Administrator, Federal Insurance Director at Resilience, Federal Emergency Management Agency. Brian, I will pass this over this way. And we have copies of the certificate of recognition for you all. And do y'all want to have a word or two there?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Just want to say that this was not made possible through efforts of just city offices, but also a collaboration through a lot of stakeholders and neighbors within our own community and county. And so we just want to thank everybody out there that had a part in this.
And good afternoon, Brian Singleton, Public Works Director. Just wanted to thank the Mayor and Commissioners for recognizing us this afternoon. Special thanks to Gail Murray, our City Engineer, Alice Rankler, our Supervising Engineer for Stormwater Services, and Andy Renshaw, our Floodplain Manager. When I started with the city about 3 years ago, Andy sat down with me and said he has some ideas about increasing our status, and here we are today with our class rating being changed. Andy has done a great job documenting and reporting on all the things that the city does when it comes to flood mitigation and ensuring that our neighbors aren't impacted by flood waters. And he already has ideas to increase the rating again. So it's always a good day to me if we can put a little bit more money back in folks' pockets. So I'm really proud of the work that Public Works does. So thank you again.
And American Pharmacists Month. Is there anybody here in a white coat? Come on up.
Yeah. Go ahead. You guys, everyone.
Yeah, come on up.
Please do.
City of Gainesville, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward, proclamation. Whereas pharmacy is one of the oldest healthcare professions concerned with the health and well-being of all people, and whereas pharmacists are educated individuals with expertise in medication therapy and are ideally suited to work collaboratively with other healthcare providers and patients to improve medication use, and whereas pharmacists provide both knowledge and accessibility, which is crucial to patients fully optimizing access to medications that are not always self-administered, such as, but not limited to, immunizations. And whereas the American Pharmacists Association and the Florida Pharmacists Association have both proclaimed October as American Pharmacists Month with the theme, Your Pharmacist, Improving Health and Increasing Access. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority invested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim October 2023 as American Pharmacist Month in the city of Gainesville and invite all our neighbors to join me in celebrating our pharmacists, giving thanks and appreciation for the very important role they play in our communities and lives, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 20th day of September 2023.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Isabel Aiko, and I'm joined here today with my colleagues from the Policy Committee at the University of Florida College of Pharmacy. I stand before you tonight with pride and enthusiasm as we gather to celebrate American Pharmacists Month, This annual observance provides the opportunity to recognize the invaluable contributions that pharmacists have made in the healthcare system, communities, and the well-being of individuals. I would like to define the pharmacist's role, as many of us may know us in your local grocery store or chain pharmacy. However, we have made many advancements in recent years. We have stepped up as leaders in the recent COVID-19 pandemic. It really highlighted our role in healthcare as we provided immunizations to help us combat the pandemic we experienced, as well as it allowed us to test and treat many individuals across the globe without requiring a doctor's appointment or pre-approval from insurances. Other highlights I would like to mention is our ability to provide immunizations. As you know, in the COVID-19 pandemic, but beyond that, the new shingles and the new RSV vaccine has been influential in our community's health. Being able to test and treat has made us the most accessible points in healthcare. And not only are we experts in medication, but we are also experts in managing chronic conditions, improving quality of life, and optimizing therapy regimens pharmacologically and non-pharmacologically. And most recently, we hold presence in legislation, as we have 2 pharmacists currently in the House of Representatives. And without them, a bill would have been passed that would have rid collaborative practice in healthcare, which would have rid of provider status for many healthcare professionals. Their presence protects the rights and roles of pharmacists and healthcare providers in the healthcare system, and we trust they will continue to do so. And these are just a few reasons that we should continue to celebrate American Pharmacist Month. This month allows us to acknowledge, appreciate, and inspire our dedicated pharmacists that are instrumental to our healthcare system. Let us remember to support all healthcare professionals and the students with aspirations to fill big shoes following graduation. Today we celebrate the past, the present, and future of the pharmacy profession. Together, we can continue to advance the profession and ensure that pharmacists remain at the forefront of healthcare, delivering the highest quality of care to patients across the United States. Thank you so much.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have 2023-978, resolution supporting the designation of Dylan Roberts Memorial Crosswalk on East University Avenue and dual naming Northeast 26th Terrace as Dylan Roberts Road, with the recommendation the City Commission adopt the resolution supporting the request to name the crosswalk on East University Avenue between Northeast 26th Terrace and Southeast 26th Terrace in memory of Dylan Roberts, and support the request to dual name Northeast 26th Terrace as Dylan Roberts Road.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we hear any motion or any discussion on this, I want to actually read this resolution into the record so that we are, so that it is part of history. A resolution of the City of Gainesville, Florida, affirming its support for naming the newly constructed pedestrian crosswalk on East University Avenue between Northeast 26th Terrace and Southeast 26th Terrace in memory of Dylan Roberts, for providing a copy of this resolution to the Florida Department of Transportation and providing an effective date. Whereas, in June 2023, the American Academy of Pediatrics warned that child pedestrian deaths have increased by 11% since 2013, through a report that specifically suggests immense risks for those children who reside in lower income areas which often have interrupted sidewalk networks and larger roads with higher traffic burdens. And whereas the City Commission adopted a Vision Zero policy in 2018 with the goal of eliminating traffic deaths and serious injuries in the city of Gainesville by 2040. Whereas the accident that took the life of Dylan Roberts, a 4-year-old child, is the focus of tireless advocacy from his mother, Megan Durant, for the construction of crosswalks and other safety measures on busy neighborhood roadways. And whereas Dylan Roberts was born on December 30, 2016, the youngest of 5 siblings, and his mother, Megan Durant, remembers him as a high-spirited, loving, energetic, and caring little boy who loved to dance and play with his friends, and who enjoyed watching the Power Rangers, Sonic the Hedgehog, and the Ninja Turtles. And whereas Dylan's dream was to go to kindergarten, and every day he talked with his mom about how exciting it would be when he was big enough to start school. And whereas on October 27th, 2021, an otherwise ordinary day, Dylan went to Fred Cone Park, just across the street from his home in Gainesville, with relatives to play in one of their favorite outdoor play spaces. And whereas when it was time to return home, the group of children stepped into the roadway, and a car traveling on East University Avenue struck and killed Dylan. And whereas in the time since Dylan's tragic death, Megan Durant has become a fierce advocate for crosswalks and other safety measures. Writing in a recent email to the city of Gainesville, "We all know it takes a village. I want to make sure this never happens to another child and that no mother ever has to feel the pain I do." And whereas, after months of persistent contact with city and state officials, Megan Durant has realized her goal of seeing a pedestrian-activated signal across East University Avenue between Northeast 26th Terrace and Southeast 26th Terrace, the section of road where Dylan was killed. And whereas work on the signal and crosswalk is now finished, and by the action of the Florida Legislature and the Florida Department of Transportation, it will be named in memory of Dylan Roberts. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Commission of Gainesville, Florida, Section 1, the City Commission of Gainesville, Florida hereby approves the designation of a pedestrian-activated lighted crosswalk between Northeast 26th Terrace and Southeast 26th Terrace along East University Avenue, State Road 26, in the city of Gainesville, Florida, as Dylan Roberts Memorial Crosswalk, and for the erection by the Florida Department of Transportation of suitable markers proclaiming that designation. Section 2, a copy of this resolution shall be provided to the Florida Department of Transportation. Section 3, this resolution shall take effect upon the date of its adoption, hopefully passed and adopted this 19th day of October, 2023. Do I hear a motion?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt this resolution. I will ask for public comment, should there be any.
We have 2. First is Vanessa Henry, followed by Reverend Milford Griner.
Welcome, Ms. Henry.
Good evening, everyone, in their respectable places. My name is Vanessa Henry. I'm a local community advocate. I've been out, thank you, first of all, thank you. One, I'll be quick. I kind of asked for speed tables. In addition to, I know you have future stuff going on, but I've been out there for the past few weeks monitoring, crossing the street myself, using other people to cross the street. Speed is still an issue, a big issue. There, from each end, the speed limit is 45 still. We need to slow the speed limit down. The light, pedestrian light that they have placed there, it does not come on until we push the button to cross the street. When we push the button and the white light comes on to say walk for us to take off. Once I clear one side of the street and get in the middle of the road, headed to the other side, I backed up and looked at the light. It changes from a red stop light to a flashing red light. And it specifically tells you, if it is flashing when you approach it, you stop, you look for a pedestrian. If there's no pedestrian, you may proceed. I literally watch people keep going. That's a problem. That's a problem. that needs to be addressed. Speed tables would ensure slowing down speed. They've removed all of them on the other end of University Avenue because it's football season. I know. But I still need them over here because there's still a lot of children, there's still a lot of elderly people, and my niece walks her child to the bus stop at that same corner. So I need more to be done. Part of me is happy, but another part of me is sad that it's taken 2 years to get one thing up there. 2 years. It's been 2 years. So I don't know what else needs to be done. But speed, we need to be monitoring speed out there. We can get somebody from the city. If I see a police car, I'm going to slow down as a driver. Let's get an undercover car. You put them in the community to find the drug dealers. Let's put one out there to find the people speeding and running over our kids. Please, please, let's not wait another 2 years. We still have a lot of work to do. There's still a lot to be done to save other lives. My heart goes out to that family. I don't wish that on anyone. And we'll continue to keep them lifted up in prayer. But please, let's do whatever we can, and let's not wait 2 more years. Let's get that speed limit slowed down. Let's stop pointing fingers, and it's just time for accountability. Accountability. So everyone do their part, and we won't be back here for this. Thank you so much for everything you've done to this point, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. So I will tell you that one of the things that is happening now is we have received a grant from the Federal Department of Transportation to help us rebuild University Avenue from Lofton High School to the other end of town. It is not the last thing we'll do, but it will help us make it safer the entire distance, the whole 4.1 miles that we're focusing on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And if we could get the commissions, a lot of people know me from the Kennedy Homes deal, but when I started with Kennedy Homes, I had the commissioners, Chestnut and all of them, they came out to our community. When we had those issues, they came, they walked that property, and they saw how we were living. I'm gonna ask the same thing. I need you all, like we met here today. This isn't where the crosswalk is. It's all nice, we'll get to see it, but the community needs to see all of y'all on that corner and in that community, vigilant, so we can see that you all care. That you care about the children in that community, that you care about the mom that's pushing her child across the street, that some idiot on the phone just look up and didn't slow down. Please, if we can make a date clear for everybody and a time, just come out. Meet at that spot. You're gonna be placing them. Let's all you guys get together. Give up lunch. Hell, I'll buy you lunch. Just show up, okay? Thanks.
Several of us are out there pretty regularly, but yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Reverend Griner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. This is, looking at that photograph, this is something that as a father, as a grandfather, and now soon to be a great grandfather, I came just to, as a pastor, minister, to give support to Vanessa's efforts and to the family, and I was out at the site shortly after the tragic incident where you and others were there, and that was a good thing. All I can say, Vanessa has well spoken. But all I can say is that while what has been done has been good, and this is not only has it been a tragedy for the the family and a tragedy for the community. And for all those who have children the same age as Dylan. Going forward, and I've been asked to, whenever there's any kind of vigil at the site, to be there to lead that in our room. Do so if and when that comes to pass. But my thought process is that while this is good, and I believe you all will agree with me, the thought process should always be for all of us who have children. No parent should ever have to deal with this. The thought process should be, and the goal should be, that all of us must do all we can to make sure that no child, no person should ever lose their lives in such a way. And we must do all we can to make sure that safety measures are in place where they need to be. I don't live very far from this, what happened. And my prayer is that as we go forward, every step that can be taken, to make sure that this does not happen, especially in areas where the absence of traffic lights, the absence of sidewalks and so forth, and where there's a large concentration of children. Do all we can to make sure that this does not happen again. So, as a longtime Gainesville resident, Northeast Gainesville resident, I'm thankful what's already taken place, but let's be going forward as proactive as possible instead of reactive. And I think in the long run, we will be able to prevent these types of tragedies. So I thank you as a resident of Gainesville, but let's continue to work together to continue to make sure that all people who walk in the area, especially children, are safe as they go from point A to point B. So that, I thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Griner.
That was our last speaker.
Okay. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A word that comes to mind at this moment is bittersweet. Because while this is not the type of accolade that we would prefer to give, I am hopeful. And the reason that I'm hopeful is because not too long after this tragedy occurred, I was able to call on city staff. The then city manager, Public Works, members from the police department met me at that site. And there were questions that I posed about what we could do immediately, because we all understood that it was a state road, and that in order for us to see real tangible results, that would take planning and it would take time. This is, as I stare at this picture of a beautiful smile, I still see hope. I see hope in the eyes of family that are here with us this afternoon. I see and feel gratitude for them, from them. I am grateful for their voices. I am grateful for their support. I'm grateful for staff that worked with me to ensure that that crosswalk and that light went through the proper stages at the state, and that it is standing now. I'm grateful, Ms. Henry, to hear from you today about the issues with the light. Trust me, I have voiced concerns from the very beginning about the piece that was missing from it, not causing it to function immediately. I hear you. My colleagues at this dais have heard me mention as late as today what it takes to get speed tables and traffic calming measures in East Gainesville and District 1. That was as late as today. I hear you. I'm confident that we have members on this dais who have heard not only my advocacy for you, but who have within their hearts the desire to not see this happen again. This coming Monday, we have a public safety meeting that I chair. The topic for that meeting is Vision Zero. I certainly hope that you will come. Ms. Henry, you're absolutely right. We should always show up in the community. But on Monday, I am going to ask that you, anybody else that you can bring, Megan, Reverend Griner, anybody else that you can bring, come to the public safety meeting on Monday in this chamber at 1 o'clock. Your voices are essential to this conversation. This is important work, and we do have a long way to go. But I'm grateful that we have begun this work with this particular initiative, and I am believing and knowing that more will happen. There's always something behind how you get things done, what can be done. But if you'll show up on Monday, I'd love to hear more from you, and we'll continue to move this ball forward. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless the Roberts family and baby Dylan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Willis.
Mayor, this is not just about one street. This is not just about one crosswalk or one street name. This is about how we keep our community safe, especially children. It's people who walk, people who bike, people who use our public infrastructure or sometimes lack of public infrastructure. This particular area, I'm reminded that I've knocked on doors in both Pine Meadows and Lake Terrace through different campaigns. I don't remember where and when, but as someone who had worked on campaigns and you draw maps of where you're going to go out and knock on doors with a computer program, if you have any local knowledge, we would never let a canvasser cross University Avenue. We literally say, oh no, you draw a neighborhood on the north side, someone goes and knocks on that, you draw a neighborhood on the south side. Because we would recognize, we didn't want to put a canvasser, an adult, going out and knocking on doors. We wouldn't want to put them in danger. Yet we have children on the north side who want to go play in Cone Park, great park, library, community center. And unfortunately, University Avenue is such a barrier there. So today, maybe just right now, this may just be about Dylan Roberts. But it's not just about one road. It's about how we continue to go forward and how we push towards Vision Zero. And zero is a number, but the people, we've said this, it's not just merely these numbers, it's about people. And so I'm committed to that. I'm glad that activists, I'm glad that people have worked through the state and the city to get to where we're at now. I'm happy to support this and to look forward to how we continue to push towards Vision Zero. Because unfortunately, this was, even since October 30th, 2021, this was not the latest tragedy in our community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to the family and the friends of Dylan Roberts, I'm so sorry for your loss. And the sign is very nice, but I'm sorry that the circumstance of why we're putting up the sign is such that we've lost Dylan Roberts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Buck.
Seeing no further lights, I will ask for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco. Aye. Commissioner Willett.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut. Absent. Commissioner Eastman.
Aye.
Commissioner Book. Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes 6-1 with Commissioner, or 6-0 with Commissioner Chestnut absent. All right, Madam Clerk.
Our next.
Actually, let's take a moment and go down and greet the family, and
Yeah.
then we'll come back up.
Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, good. Thank you. Perfect. All right. 1, 2, 3. The baby's looking the wrong way. Oh.
You can't talk.
It does come from 4 boys.
1, 2, 3. Do you have?
Commissioner Sacco. Yes, ma'am. Did he leave? Because he always said he was going to be in church. Okay. Thank you. Let's see where we are. Trees? Advisory board.
We're on the last item.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening to the family. Thank you so much.
Public comment.
All right.
Yes.
Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Our next item of business?
Thank you. 2023-598 Advisory Board and Committee Reports with the recommendation the City Commission hear a presentation and take action deemed necessary.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Eric Smith, and I am here today on behalf of the City of Gainesville Tree Advisory Board. Just here to tell you a little bit about the board and share some of our accomplishments last year and some of our goals for the upcoming year. We meet once a month, second Wednesday of every month over in the Thomas Center at 3:30 in the afternoon. And we're all volunteers and we take time off from work to do that, and we're happy to do that. Our current members are Elizabeth Manley, she's a landscape architect locally. We also have Larson McBride, a consulting arborist. Mark Frank, University of Florida extension botanist. And Dr. Ryan Klein, he's a University of Florida professor in arboriculture, and myself. And I own a local ecological consulting contracting company. And so we are really happy to be there. We love trees. We're passionate about growing and preserving a diverse urban forest. And we're also grateful that we have the assistance of city staff at those meetings. Our regular staff liaison is Dave Conser, and the city arborist. Also, Sam Schatz, the city horticulturalist, assists Dave. And we also very much appreciate Joe Wolf. He's a GRU forester. Joe has been showing up at our meetings for literally decades, and he is our institutional memory. Joe does a great job taking notes for us and submitting minutes, and we are so grateful that not only is he there participating, sharing what's happening with GRU and the trees from their perspective, from a power generation perspective, but just as a member of the community. Next, I'm just going to share with you some of our accomplishments and goals for this coming year. Last year, one of the big items that we worked on for a while was revising the code to expand the use of the tree mitigation fund. Another one was related to that. We did our best to encourage staff to use the tree mitigation fund to start the process of tree conservation land purchase. And we feel like we are really supported by Public Works in that process. The Public Works staff have really, they understand that we want this to happen, that I believe a lot of you want this to happen, and it's a matter of kind of putting all the pieces together. Also, we assisted with some of the solutions to the Live Oak kind of controversy over on the 100 block of Southeast First Avenue. That was a situation that came up, and we felt like the public came to our meetings. They made their voices heard. We also talked extensively with Public Works staff, and we feel like it led to some potentially good outcomes. So that was some of the things we worked on last year. Our goals for the coming year, a revision to Chapter 23 of the code. What else? Revising the City of Gainesville tree list. This is a list of trees that are locally available, locally adapted, and are encouraged for projects, whether it's commercial or residential, to use in their plantings around Gainesville. So it's a list that needs revising every now and then, and so we're in that process right now. And then finally, we're continuing to discuss and try and move forward with land purchases with the tree mitigation fund. I stand here before you as a member of the Tree Advisory Board. I've been on the board for quite some time. I've watched that fund grow over the years, and I believe that, again, Public Works is doing a great job shepherding that fund and using it to plant trees as well as other things. There just aren't enough spaces within our city in terms of public right-of-way to use that fund to just plant trees. It's just not possible. So our rationale is, okay, well, instead of planting small trees, why don't we essentially buy large trees by buying land and conserving those trees? So that is kind of our focus, is really trying to work with staff and make that happen. And also, I realized that there's a lot of details surrounding land purchases when a public entity, such as the city, wants to buy land. So we know it's a process. But we are encouraged, again, Public Works and other staff, they're trying, we're trying. I think everybody wants it to happen. There's willing sellers out there for parcels that we're interested in, that I think the city is interested in, and it's can be a little frustrating at times trying to move that process forward. So if there's anything that you feel like we're not doing, or anything that you feel like can move the process forward, we would be most grateful. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that report. We do have a couple of lights up here. I believe first up is Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Mr. Smith. So if you will allow me a momentary tree and sci-fi fantasy nerd moment. Government moves slower than an ant. For those who didn't catch that, that's a Lord of the Rings joke. The trees move very slowly. They are sentient but slow. Government happens to be slower than that. So with that in mind, thank you for your continued patience and involvement with our city and our programming. As someone who has done code revision before, it is the least sexy work out there. So I know you guys are doing this as a labor of love for the city and for our environment, frankly. So thank you very much for that. As far as how the city can help, I've heard the love for Public Works. They seem to be supporting you as best they can. Is there anything else that the commission could do, could authorize the city manager or the department to do that you think could help speed along the process, or is it just government slow as an umbrella concept?
That's a great question. I think a couple things come to mind. One is there's a lot of competing priorities out there for staff. Certainly, I think this is a priority, but there's lots of other priorities as well. And I would just ask that it receive, some attention in addition to all those other priorities.
The revision?
The
board, trees.
Spending money on tree mitigation fund on land purchases. So in terms of staff time, I don't think it's just the land rights coordinator's job to do that. I think there's probably a lot of people involved in that process. But again, another option would be hiring an outside person or outside organization like ACT to kind of move the process along and then essentially hand it to the city and say, okay, we're like 95% there. Here's what needs to happen. So that would be another option. The other thing that is kind of a sticking point in buying conservation land that I have become aware of is appraised value. And so, we can only pay so much above appraised value. One very creative idea that Brian came up with, and he came to a bunch of our meetings and we were talking about, well, how do we, work this? Obviously the price of land is high, what it's appraised for is low, how do we bridge that gap? And his really creative, brilliant idea was when money comes into the tree mitigation fund, it's based on the size of a certain tree, the species, all that sort of stuff, and it's given a value, right? So developers, they have to pay that amount into the fund. Well, why not use that amount for a given tree? Let's say it's a 20-inch live oak. Developers paying about $7,000 or $8,000 into the fund for a 20-inch live oak. Well, if there's a 20-inch live oak on that parcel of land that we would like to purchase, why not add that value to the kind of like traditional land appraised value? And if you did that enough, we might get a little bit closer to that appraised value. If that makes sense.
No, yes, I like the creative accounting.
As a way to, and I mean, all credit goes to this man right here. We're just like, wow, how come we never thought of that? That's a great idea. So those are two things that I'm not sure how they factor into your equation, but those are two things that come to mind.
I think those are actionable suggestions that Madam Manager, I know we've already started messing with the budget. But if it would be possible to at least look at the suggestions of, an outside look at help with ATs. I can English, ACT. And a memo, it's not, do it or not, but just to take a look at it to see if it is feasible. If 1 second, Mr. Attorney, or I guess Mr. Singleton, are we allowed to use tree mitigation fund for projects such as this because they're one-offs? I think Brian might know this. Can we use the fund to help the fund?
Good afternoon. So with the code changes that were made by the commission earlier this year, that is an opportunity now. One of the issues with the conservation lands previously is that the ordinance didn't allow for all the soft costs associated with the land purchase. So there was no funding source to get those things over the finish line. So now that the code changes have been made, we have set up the budget to move forward with all the soft costs and have set aside money in the fund for the conservation purchases. We are working with the land rights coordinator to go through all the steps it takes to purchase land in a public setting. We got to do surveys. We got to get the tree surveys done. We have to get appraisals, sometimes multiple appraisals depending on the value of the land. All these services are difficult to procure at this time simply because of the construction market, the real estate market, everybody's busy. So those timelines are a little bit longer than they normally are, but we do have goals set to purchase a significant amount of lands this fiscal year. So that is our goal, and that's what we're working towards.
So you're on it. You don't need anything from us. You don't need direction. You don't need authorization.
I don't believe so. I think everything's in place to make it happen.
Why do they even need us? Okay. So there you go. You heard it. We're on it. Just, at government pace. So thank you for that. And I look forward to seeing all the forest we add to the city footprint. I think you wanted to add something, Mr. Smith? Or
no?
Oh, cool. Thank you, Madam.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Sato. I believe I see Commissioner Eastman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you for all your work on this committee. Trees are, when you think about what the character of Gainesville is, I think everyone would put our tree canopy and being a tree city with the top 1, 2, 3 things that really gives us that sense of place. And not only before coming into government that I realized all of the thought and foresight that you have to have just to get what seems simple enough. A tree grows out of the ground, but make sure that works in every place that it can. Make sure it goes in there, and I appreciate that we have a very passionate community that is making that work. I wanted to get back because I very excited about the ability to use these tree mitigation funds for acquisition. We actually put forward a motion for to acquire land to increase our trails in green space and. So part of that was working with ACT. So I'd be curious from staff, maybe it would be at a different time to see where we are in the process of getting that contract expanded. But you guys have looked at 3 different parcels, right, that you guys recommended purchase. Can you go over those parcels and what you guys have been looking at with those?
I can't speak in detail about those parcels. One in particular, though, actually 3 in particular. The Hershik property, it's the one just south of 39th Avenue along Hogtown Creek. So if you go east from the Publix right there at 39th and 13th, Hogtown Creek crosses right there from north to south. And there's a parcel of land. I've walked it before. And honestly, you really can't build that many houses there on it. It's not really suitable for a lot other than buying it for the trees and some stormwater issues. It's not really good for anything else. So that's one in particular that's kind of top on our list. As a willing seller, just gotta go through the motions Another one is the Creekside property over, I guess, kind of also near Hogtown Creek, but much further downstream. And then the third would be the Dimitri property over across from Morningside Nature Center on the south side of University Avenue, you know, maybe a quarter mile east of Fred Cohn Park, where the crosswalk is going to be. Just making progress on those particular 3 parcels might take, you know, a month, 2 months, 6 months, a year. I mean, you know, our community has been working on that Creekside parcel for literally decades, and it just some of these things take a long time. Sellers have to bequeath it to their kids. I mean, it's just crazy. There is a whole list of other parcels that we're interested in. And we will certainly forward them on for consideration, because if you're working on 3, then you've got 3 more that are kind of in the background and 3 more that are, you know, a few months away. And the more we can kind of get in the hopper, so to speak, the more likely we are to, you know, spend that money and instead of having it sit in the bank somewhere. So, yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely, and those are really important parcels, particularly. We talked before about the Hogtown Creek Greenway that would be coming along. That 39th, that Hershik property and that Creekside Mall both have. 39th, you'd have to put some recreational trails, but there's already some great trails that run behind the Creekside Mall. Then Dimitri property, if you remember from the map I created before, it was sort of the Lake Forest Greenway that would connect up from Morningside down to Cynthia Moore Chestnut Park. That's right on that block there. And you guys have done a really good job of picking up. I mean, land acquisition was never historically in what you guys looked at, but because it's under the Tree Mitigation Fund, you guys have really picked that up and ran with it and done a very, very good job of it. And I've been very happy to see that moving forward. I'd be curious, Brian already spoke to it, but I'd really like to see those move forward. I know 39th is currently on the market for sale. I know Creekside's on the market for sale. I don't know if Dimitri.
Dimitri's in the market, but the owner, again, this is one of those kind of long-term, they want a lot of money for it, which is why the city hasn't purchased it already. And it takes time. And it takes time and a phone call once a month. Hey, we're still interested. You know, it's just one of those, got to stay after them. So, yeah, we're hopeful, and we're appreciative that all of you are supportive of that process.
Well, and thank you guys for everything that you've done. I don't think I have anything else, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. I believe I see Commissioner Book.
So thank you, Mr. Smith. I think the work of the Tree Advisory Board this year, the good work of the Tree Advisory Board, has actually helped us as a commission make a couple of decisions and work through some of the things that you've already mentioned. So it's been very helpful for us. It's also an opportunity to just mention that there is an event that involves some cleanup and potentially some planting that the Tree Advisory Board may like to be involved in. We have a lot of events in front of us over the next 2 months, but Saturday, December 16th is what we call the Gainesville Downtown Refresh, and that'll be some opportunity. Gainesville Downtown Refresh, Saturday, December 16th, where there may be some plantings, maybe some paintings, cleanup, trash pickup that we're doing. The city is a partner with a number of nonprofit partners, so I just mentioned that particular thing, and it's also an opportunity to mention it since we don't get the opportunity to talk Mayor Pro Tem person to person other than sitting up here at the dais. So I mentioned that, and very much appreciate the work of the advisory board. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Anyone else from the dais? Well, I wanted to say, Mr. Smith, thank you so much for the work that you and the Tree Advisory Board do. I was particularly interested to hear more about your desires for conservation land purchase. That is something that is of interest to me as well. I also did want to say thank you too for the way that you all jumped in and that you were very helpful in finding a solution to the Live Oak controversy downtown. As you all remember, that was quite the round, you know, because we have a lot of people who care in this city, and I really greatly appreciate what you all were able to contribute to that conversation. And always I'm glad to hear when any of our boards or anyone that is here working in any way with the city works well with the city. So I love the loving relationship that you have with Public Works. I'm really grateful to hear that. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. Seeing no more lights.
We do not have any public comment.
No public comment. Thank you very much again, Mr. Smith, and thank you to the rest of the committee. All right. Madam Clerk?
We have commission comment.
All right. Is there anyone who would like to give comment?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner
I
Easton.
just think this is a really important time to just say one thing, because we just got through probably one of the most intensive things that our city staff may have gone through in the past decade or so, which was this enormous audit that had been going on since 2019, in which there was a complete changeover in which a new series of city staff had come in and dealt with 18 findings from the Joint Legislative Auditing Committee. We had just gotten that report back, and I just wanted to congratulate staff really on how much work, how much time had gone into that, for some of the things that were in there were incredibly large, much more intensive budget controls, large lifts in terms of changing our financing, in terms of GRU debt levels. And when we finally got that back, and every single item on there had either been completed or almost entirely completed. I know that was an incredible amount of work. I know that was it was a thankless job with a lot of hard decisions that needed to get made on there. And I was just remarkably impressed with everyone when all of that came back. And I just wanted to thank staff for all of the hard work that you put in there. I know that we went before Tallahassee. I know that it probably might have felt deflating the way that all of that went out. I don't want anyone to take that back. There's some things that you can control. I think about the Lord's Prayer up here a lot, like grant me the serenity to let go of the things I cannot change, the courage to know the difference. It's been a long day, but you know what I'm getting at. You can't control how other people are going to react. Politics is funny, but at the end of the day, when our staff had control over, which is doing the best thing that they could to make those hard decisions, to make that work, you all did that. I'm incredibly proud of you. I know our whole city is incredibly thankful. It was it was a hard thing to lift, and I just wanted to thank everyone since we just got through that, and it was kind of thankless up until this point, that I, as a commissioner, I know all of us up here feel the same way, that we're all incredibly thankful for all the hard work that went into that. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Are there any other commission comments? Okay, well, seeing none, I believe we are adjourned.